think I see where
Sure,
the.
recording.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. We have two items to address before we move forward with our business today. The first one's regarding Perry Community and the Perry Community School District. Know that we're all heartbroken over the tragedy that shattered the lives of Perry students, staff, parents, and community members. We also know that today is an especially difficult day in Perry as an innocent, beautiful young boy, Amir Joliffe, is laid to rest. It's hard to imagine the levels of grief this community continues to endure. As a State Board of Education, we send our deepest sympathy to the Perry community and pray for everlasting healing and peace to take root soon. I'd like to ask for a period of silence to remember Amar, pray for the healing and full recovery of those who suffered injuries, and reflect on the thousands of lives that will never be the same. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. The DE has provided us with blue ribbons to wear as a symbol of support for the Perry community. We humbly wear them with pride. The second item to address this morning is that Director Snow will be delayed in joining us today. The third report will be presented during our lunch break. So with that, the next item for us to move on is to approve the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Brooke,
Second.
second by Nathan. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The agenda is approved. We'll move on to public comment. The State Board's agenda is full, and I will place a maximum of 30 minutes for public comment. I'll give each speaker 5 minutes or 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. At the end of your allotted time, I'll ask you to conclude, and the board will move on to the next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised in public comment on a future agenda. The topic from public comment that is not related to an item on today's agenda will not be addressed at today's meeting. We're ready for public comment.
Good morning. If you'd wish to address the board today, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand, and we'll give it a moment to see if anything comes up. Okay, seeing none at this time.
Public comment, we will move on. We have the consent agenda, which includes the minutes from November and December, the Workforce Training and Economic Development Fund annual report and annual plan, and then a large number of rules. Most of them are giving public notice of the intent to amend, or else they've been presented to the public. No public comment was received, and they are for approval without change from the notice.
I would move approval of the consent agenda.
I second the motion. Cindy?
Okay, it's been moved by Cass, second by Cindy. Any further comment on the consent agenda? Hearing none, those in favor of approving the consent agenda indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. The consent agenda is approved. Move on to action items. First one is rules for chapters 11 and 17, open enrollment / school choice. Thomas, did you want to provide some information for us?
Yes, I would. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am speaking to you from the beautiful Miami airport on my way to Havana, Cuba for a twice in a lifetime study trip with the New York Bar Association. I've been before with the Iowa Bar Association, and I'm just so looking forward to it. But want to keep the rulemaking process moving forward. Chapters 11 and 17, the status quo, they're two chapters, but they relate to similar concepts. School choice. Current chapter 11 is required by the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. It's called the unsafe school choice option. If a school meets the definition of being unsafe, then a student in that building can transfer to any other building within that district of the same grade span. Chapter 17 is open enrollment, voluntary student transfer outside of the district. This chapter was recently revised to end diversity plans and to end the March 1 deadline for open enrollment in the coming year. There was some stray threads that weren't caught in prior rulemakings, so those stray threads were snipped. And then the last big change in this new consolidated rule chapter is it adds an option to transfer within the district if a child has been bullied and harassed. This is a correction to some prior state board decisions that the school has to have an opportunity to remedy or try to solve bullying and harassment before approving student transfer. The legislature is in charge of what the law is, and the legislature made some corrections from prior board precedent. So under new law as enacted by Senate File 496, if a child is bullied or harassed, they can transfer to any other attendance center in that district. So it's like the first part of the rulemaking, it is intra or within the same district transfer. And the student who does so under this provision is immediately athletically eligible. This last piece that I spoke of came out of Senate File 496, but it was not subject to the federal court injunction. This particular piece, nobody complained about it. Everybody thought it was a good idea, so there was no action taken against this portion of Senate File 496. So with that, that's the background for merging two chapters into one, saving some space and adding some new important protections for parents and students. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Questions for Thomas?
Thomas, this is Mike. Could you loosely define for me what a safe school is?
Well, the statute sets out, or the rule sets out a metric. And that metric has been longstanding in Iowa law. It deals with indictable criminal offenses. It's actually in the rulemaking itself as to, for this purpose, what a safe school is. And that is in rule a forcible felony, physical assault, sexual assault, extortion, incendiary or explosive devices, criminal gang activity, carrying and using a weapon. The department does a stick count each year of all of those types of offenses. And if it reaches the metric set forth in the rule, then for this rule's purposes, the school is unsafe.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Thomas?
Do we have any anecdotal information about how often that happens or statistical data?
Nobody
Non-safe
has,
part?
nobody has forced the issue. Nobody has said, I'm subject to this unsafe school choice option. I need to go. Typically, if there's a violent crime that affects the child, the district does the right thing morally and ethically, even if not legally. So it's not challenged all that often. because common sense prevails, but it is something that the Elementary and Secondary Education Act requires the state board to have.
So if we see these kind of statistics, this is something the DOE would get out in front of, right?
Correct. If a school was unsafe to this level, that's something that gets folded into our general notion of support to school districts. So if the data would reflect that a school district was rising on these metrics, or a school building was rising on these metrics, of course, that's something that the school improvement team and the school safety bureau and the people who actually work for a living would be taking action and providing support for.
Up to and including removing accreditation?
I think that is always on the table. I mean, because this is a school law, and accreditation involves compliance with school law. I mean, it's the nuclear option. School safety was a concern in Davenport.
Right. That's
So
what I'm saying.
and
So,
Thanks.
Thomas, a question I had was if there's a reference to the persistent and the 3 consecutive years for being persistently unsafe. But to clarify, a student can request an intra-district transfer before 3 years, correct?
a student can request an intra-district transfer at any time.
Anytime.
If it's persistently unsafe because of over 3 years, they're entitled to it as a matter of right, regardless of whether or not they were a crime victim. So if a school is persistently unsafe, then anybody in the school can transfer out to another school in the district. The final part of the rulemaking addresses a student who is actually targeted of bullying and harassment, then they can transfer out immediately. But most administrators do the right thing before it's legally required. And if a child is a crime victim, they work to support the child.
Okay, thank
But-
you.
But they don't have that right as a matter of right unless it's a persistent.
Correct.
I mean, it seems to me like they ought to have that right if there's a one-time event that's a crime along the lines that you mentioned earlier that's in the rule. But that's,
And I think that that's something that I expect to hear public comment along that lines when these rules go out for public comment.
right, we're just asking for comment now.
Right. And the unsafe school choice option, the first item that I described, has existed in state law since No Child Left Behind, since 2002, 2003. It hasn't been controversial because most people, before it becomes a matter of right, will do the right thing and support the children and their families.
John, I'd make a motion to give notice of intent to rescind chapter 11 and replace chapter 17.
A second. Moved by Brian and second by Nathan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Chapter 12, accreditation standards. Notice
So-
of intent.
So this chapter makes some, it goes on a word diet. It makes liberal use of cross references. When the school improvement team lined up former chapter 12 and former general accreditation standard statutes, they were almost exact matches. word for word. And that sort of is prime real estate for Executive Order 10. So the school improvement team did a really good job of identifying where statutory references would suffice rather than rule text. And in the past session, there were some significant changes made to offer and teach, such as changes towards taking out the term technology because as a requirement, an offer and teach requirement, and replacing it like with, because computer science is already there, it seemed to be surplus. Making changes regarding fine arts offer and teach, world language offer and teach, and content specifications in health. The two provisions in Senate File 496 that Judge Locker enjoined, if they ever move forward, will be in this chapter. However, this particular rulemaking does not address them. So the two currently occurring revisions to Chapter 12 are on parallel tracks. However, this particular one before you today does not implicate Judge Locker's preliminary injunction, even though it amends the same chapter. The last observation is that there is a rule that is required by the Every Student Succeeds Act on aiding and abetting staff sexual abuse. That rule, when the process is done, will likely be transferred to another chapter that you're going to take up today on abuse of students, because it's alike. All chapters of the same general category, all rules of the same general category should be in one place, not multiple places. So at the end of the day, just foreshadowing, that rule on aiding and abetting sexual abuse will probably be transferred editorially into the chapter on investigating physical and sexual abuse. So that is my comments on Chapter 12, and have plenty of time for questions.
So going to 12.3 sub 12 that you just talked about, the aiding and abetting. So that means that the school or anybody who's employed by it or related to it will not assist someone who's been so charged. Is that what we're talking about here?
Correct. If there's
To get a
pending
new
charge,
job, get a new job.
correct, getting a new job. The colloquialism when this provision became part of the Every Student Succeeds Act was to prevent, the term is passing the trash. We don't want her in our building, so we're going to write her a great reference to get her gone. And that's what this rule is designed to, that's what this particular provision is designed to prevent.
But the exceptions are what I'm sort of trying to get my arms around here, because they seem to be very large exceptions.
But they seem to be they're large exceptions and they're statutory exceptions. And I think part of this,
So we don't have to say, they're right out of the code.
Yeah, the exceptions to this are right out of the code. We can be broad, but the exceptions are mandatory terms, in part because this, like every other piece of federal legislation, was negotiated, and I think organized labor had its view on what this piece of legislation should say. I suspect that those exceptions were crafted intentionally broad. But it is still a protection, and I know anecdotally of matters where this rule has mattered and kept individuals out of the classroom.
Other questions for Thomas with Chapter 12? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the recommendation of the notice to give intent to replace chapter 12?
It's Mary, so moved.
By Mary,
Second? Second by Mike.
second by Mike. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Rules for chapter 21 and 24, community colleges.
So I've been informed that the Community Colleges Council discussed this rules proposal last night, and my understanding from department staff, the folks who actually know what they're talking about, is that the Community College Council recommends putting this rules package out for notice. So this consolidates two rules chapters into one, again, getting all subject matter rules of a similar character into one place rather than two. It also removes unnecessary statutory language. It makes a couple modernizations. It makes the APS degree Associate of Professional Studies. It makes it a permanent degree offering and removes any references to the Associate of Science career option credential, because that option was phased out in 2016. Makes some more robust reference to competency-based education and work-based learning. Speaking of old stuff, the rule on the faculty salary allocation plan is completely rescinded, because that the underlying statutory authority for that rule was repealed in 1993, my first year in law school. And community college, the subject matter experts have told me that between now and adopted and filed, there's going to be some staff suggestions regarding faculty qualifications, because while this rules revision was in progress, the Higher Learning Commission made some adjustments to faculty qualifications, which reset the bar. And the intent from the community college, Team Community College here at the department, is to align the rules with the Higher Learning Commission standards, which will result in some additional hiring flexibility based on some reset faculty standards. That will provide some regulatory relief to the community colleges, but that will be where that happened while this was in process was such that it's going to be inserted with a lengthy explanation when these rules come back before you add, adopt, and file. So with that, I'm open for questions, and if I misstated anything, would the community colleges team please correct me?
All right.
Will those changes be available for, will those be before the public comment period ends?
What we kind of expect.
They could be. I think because this is a little bit novel and tricky, I'll work with the community colleges team to put together a briefing paper. But like,
Just got.
why are we doing these changes? Why are they occurring now versus baking them in here? The regulatory analysis, which preceded this, was in process when the Higher Learning Commission made its change. When I had to seek on your behalf the governor's office approval to rulemaking, I had to seek approval based on that regulatory analysis. So it was too late, simultaneously too late and too early to do anything. So with that, I think it's I'll try to address that through through working with Team Community Colleges to put together a one-pager or an explanation that will be available while public comments going on.
Thank you.
But if you look at this spreadsheet that I have here shared, Yeah, we have had.
Can anybody else hear
Yeah,
something?
Mike, are you on mute?
These are just losses to the carrier shown right here, not what you paid.
I have been,
These are outside of the SIR. So,
I think it's coming from Thomas's. I think he's probably.
He's
Oh,
on
Thomas.
Thomas.
Oh, yeah, background
yeah.
noise, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
I'll move closer to the mic.
All right, so we're on chapter 21 and 24. Any further
I
questions
move we
regarding?
give, I move we give notice of intent to replace chapter 21 and repeal 24.
that were.
I would second.
Been moved by Brian and second by Cass.
Exclusion.
Any further discussion?
Non-starters for us. on
Hearing
renewals.
none.
Yeah.
Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Statutory.
Those opposed, same sign.
I just want to let you know, like,
Motion carried.
see those, they are.
Chapter 31, private instruction.
So this rules chapter cleans out some verbatim statutory text. And one of the statutory texts that was changed in the last couple of sessions was the requirement that the AEA special education director approve private instruction for children with disabilities. That has been removed from the underlying code. And that underlying code was incorporated by reference in this rulemaking. Private instruction is on as a separate agenda item because just wanted to elevate this to the homeschooling community so that the homeschooling community knows that we're taking this rule and their concerns seriously. So with that, I'm open for questions, but it largely clears out some duplicative and superfluous statutory language.
Questions for Thomas on chapter 31?
I move we give notice of intent to replace chapter 31.
Typically, I come in,
Been moved by Brian,
Second.
second by Cass. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I,
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Chapter 41, special education.
So there's a this is largely a duplication of federal regulations. We're proposing to remove some rules that don't add value in that the rules don't govern us. There's some of the rules proposed to be removed are rules that govern what the Secretary of Education would do to the state, not what the state can independently do to itself. So
which would be.
rules that merely recite what Secretary Cardona can do, not necessary in Iowa law. So those are taken out. Also taken out is a large number of rules related to due process complaints. Those are largely duplicative of rules that exist in the Department of Inspections, Appeals, and Licensing rule chapters. So there's no need to have two sets of procedural rules for due process complaints and due process hearings. So that's why those are rescinded. One commenter during the regulatory analysis asked for some of the statutory language that was removed to be put back in for the reason that people shouldn't have to look in two places to find what the law is. Understand that, but I have my directions. I noted the comment. I note the comment for you today, and I noted it in the preamble. However, the department has its directions from Governor Reynolds. We'll consider that comment moving forward about end user experience, but and it's always subject to public comment. So wanted to flag that for you, but no changes made in light of that comment. With that, I'm open for questions.
Questions for Thomas on chapter 41, special education?
They become lately.
Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Some random, there's a random one here.
I would move that we give notice of intent to amend, chapter 41.
Moved by Mike and second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Chapter 44, school buses.
This was one of my favorite chapters to work on because I got to watch the revision of it in action. Cassandra Klein, Max Christensen, Team School Business, Team School Transportation brought together a broad group of individuals, bus inspectors, bus repair, bus dealers, superintendents, transportation directors, public safety. It was an awesome group, and they went through this chapter line by line and recommended removing some rules that weren't that were beyond its best by date, rules that regulate products that aren't even features on buses anymore. Deleted some rules that didn't add any safety protections to students and bus drivers. There was a rule on brakes that is old technology. That rule on brakes doesn't apply to any brakes currently on school buses. The rules add some additional flexibility for what schools can put on their buses. The examples that come to mind, the grab bar on the exterior door. The current rules do not allow a grab bar in the exterior door. The new proposed rules would allow one, and as anybody who's walked on slippery pavement in Iowa, sometimes you need something to grab onto. So an additional flexibility is schools being allowed, and private vendors, private school bus companies, adding stop arm cameras, and adding student detection systems. So the rules now specifically authorize those two types of safety devices. The rules provided some flexibility for type 3 vehicles, and the rules deleted a superfluous chart. The final thing that this rules package does is add in some specific provisions regarding electric buses and heating the passenger cabin, how the passenger cabin is heated, and how that heat is measured, how that temperature is measured. For an internal combustion bus, the passenger cabin is heated based on the heat generated by the engine or by the internal combustion. If there's no internal combustion in an electric bus, where does the heat come from? So the rules address all of the different idiosyncrasies that come from an electric bus. Some attorneys and a member of the Rules Review Committee pointed out a rule on trash cans and whether or not there's a specific rule on trash cans in buses. The question to me was whether or not that rule was necessary or too much. And I told both of those individuals I'd flag that issue for your attention, and the department would be certainly seeking feedback on whether or not trash cans on school buses needs to be that subject needs to be regulated to the extent that these rules were proposed to do so. So with that, just want to elevate the transportation team and the entire school business affairs team at the department to your attention for the hard work they did on revising this chapter. And with that, I'm up for questions.
Questions for Thomas? Hearing none, I'll indicate a motion. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we give
Thomas?
notice of intent to amend chapter 44.
I'll celebrate the work of the team along with that and second that motion.
Okay. It's been moved and illustriously second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Chapter 62, progression and reading.
So this rulemaking largely removes duplicative statutory text. One comment during the regulatory analysis, and that's the reason this is before you today, asked that the statutory text be put back in. It was from Decoding Dyslexia Iowa. And I believe that the two reasons. The first, the same reason expressed regarding Chapter 41. Why do we need to go to two places? It's an end user experience question. But the second concern is, I believe, the concern about the definition of dyslexia being removed from the rules. The definition of dyslexia is in the code, but that definitional change was hard fought the last couple of sessions, and it was a priority of Decoding Dyslexia and some of the other dyslexia advocates. So I believe that that's the source for wanting some of the statutory language put back in. Again, similar to Chapter 41, the state agencies have their executive order from Governor Reynolds about reducing language such as this. Flag it for your attention, and of course the department will be responsive to public comment asking that language be put back in. But right now at this stage, there's no action on that request, but it's flagged for your attention. And with that, I'm open for questions.
So am I to understand that Dyslexia in Iowa said we need that definition in the rules, notwithstanding that it's verbatim in the code and we're putting it in? Is that what you just said?
It's not back in. It is, I did not add anything back into the regulatory analysis. They asked me to.
Okay.
They asked that the state board do so, and
Spec of this, those in the Minneapolis site, like 1652, just got an update that now the departure.
It
I'm
just
waiting
seems
till the
contrary
announcement.
to the whole philosophy of that we've been operating under, right?
yes, and that's why no changes was made in light of that request. In light of that request, at least up to now.
So Thomas, sorry, it's defined in code and they wanted the definition added back into the rules. Is that what you said?
I think that that's an example of the language that they want put back into rule. The statutory language that we've removed that they would like put back in.
Okay.
Primarily end user experience, having to go to two places. The response to that is, at least in the electronic copy, administrative code and statute are linked. They're clickable.
Right.
Any other questions or comments?
I move we give notice of intent to, what are we doing here?
Replace chapter 62.
Replace Chapter 62.
A second.
Moved by Brian and second by Nathan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Two more left.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Chapter 98, categorical funding.
I thought I was muting myself when I said two more left. I was trying to give my fellow passengers an indication that I'm almost done talking. So Chapter 98, financial management of categorical funding. Removal of statutory language, removal of unnecessarily restrictive terms, but want to elevate three things to your attention as a board. First, this rules package makes some changes in light of House File 68, providing some additional flexibility for uses of certain categorical funds, aligning those uses with the statute, specifically TLC funds. And that incorporates the new this rule package incorporates the flexibility from last legislative session. The second thing that I want to elevate to your attention is a new use of the management fund. The management fund, in short, is designed to help districts manage risk, paying insurance premiums, paying out casualty losses. And one of the new uses that was proposed and is in this rules package would be to allow the management fund to be used for cybersecurity. And given the incidences that several school districts and school districts have seen around the state, that suggestion makes sense, and that's why it's before you today. The third is the Pearl levy. Playground, I don't know what it stands for, but it's, I don't know what that acronym stands
Playground and
for.
recreational funding, yes.
Yes, the playground levy, yes. And one of the things that a minority of school districts use it, but those that use it well. One of the current restrictions in Chapter 98 is that any project funded by the Pearl levy needs to be free and open to the public. And during the regulatory analysis process and before, some school site advocates said that free is contrary to statute. The statute requires that it be open to the public, but sometimes charging, just because something's open to the public doesn't mean it's free. Just because it's open to the public doesn't mean the public can walk around in it at all hours of the day and night. Having a charge in order to keep a recreational facility or activity up and running might make sense and might make the difference between having it or not. So for that reason, the proposal before you would strike the requirement that projects funded by the Pearl levy be free to the public. They're still open to the public, but they would not, a district could, or a district city partnership could charge reasonable fees to access that project. And that reading is more consistent with the underlying statute. And with that, I'm open to questions. And again, the finance team did a great job of making me understand. The only thing they failed to do is teach me what PERL stood for.
Questions for Thomas? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I would move state board giving notice of intent to replace Chapter 98.
Moved by Cass, was that Cindy?
Sure, I'll give a second.
Okay.
I heard something.
I heard something. Thank you, Cindy. Moved by Cass, second by Cindy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Same sign. Motion is carried. Chapter 102, abuse of students.
So this, similar to the other chapters, either on the action items or consent agenda, this removes some unnecessary statutory terms, unnecessarily duplicative statutory terms. It attempts through resequencing of sub rules to clarify the duties of the level 1 investigator. And it also makes a pretty important change. Under the current rule, if a teacher resigns or any school employee resigns while an investigation's occurring, it stops. This rule will give the employer the discretion to allow that investigation to continue through to conclusion. And I think that just makes sense, given the public policy concerns at issue. With that, I'm open for questions.
Any questions for Thomas? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move that we give notice of our intent to replace chapter 102.
Moved by Nathan, is there a second?
Second, Cindy.
Okay, second by Cindy, any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Thank you, Thomas.
I'm gonna go out, this is Mike Thomas. I'm going out on a limb for you. Playground equipment and recreational levy.
Yes.
Pearl.
I've heard it twice today from you and from Dr. Robbins. So, repetition is the key to memory. Before
I'm
turn
sorry,
it over to, just want to storyboard out what's next for your rulemaking. You'll have a rule on the every student's the Students First Scholarship, changing the definition of what income matters. You'll have that on your February agenda, and then the rules noticed for public comment today will be on your May agenda. So with that, I'm going to listen, mute myself, put my headphone back in case there are concerns for me before I get on my flight. But again, thank you for your indulgence in allowing me to present remotely.
Thomas, what time is your flight?
A couple hours.
Safe travels.
Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is the strategic plan for the board. Yep.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to join you today. As you know, the state board, one of the duties of the state board is to adopt and update annually a 5-year plan for the achievement of educational goals in Iowa. The state board has been engaged in 2 different work sessions, one on September 14th and 15th, and then again on November 15th to renew and discuss the strategic plan. And so what I have shared with you today in your packet is the proposed vision statement and mission statement, as well as the goals and outcomes that were discussed at the 2 work sessions, and we have prepared those to share with you today.
Okay, so what would you like us to do first?
Well, we're asking that you approve, we recommend that you adopt the vision, mission, goals, and outcomes. So if you want to take them individually or discuss them individually, we'd be happy to take any feedback. So the vision statement, as you know, the vision statement looks towards the future. It explains what an organization hopes to accomplish, aimed at inspiring its stakeholders. So based on the conversations you've had, we've crafted the vision statement to say, building an excellent education system that empowers all students to achieve their full potential.
Does that sound to board members?
I'm good with it.
I have no wordsmithing to offer today.
I'm good with it. I actually like that it's very concise and very simply stated, but very powerful message.
Yeah, I agree. I think it encompasses the discussions that we had. We're talking about empowerment and potential. And so, very good.
So then the mission statement, a mission statement describes the present. Mission statement outlines the purpose of the organization's day-to-day operations. So based on the conversations that this board has had, the mission statement that we're proposing is ensuring all students experience a world-class education.
Any comments on the proposed mission statement?
I have one, and I respect what's been done, and I like it. To me, the word ensuring is a very big word. It borders on guaranteeing. I think the mission statement could simply be all students experience a world-class education. I'm not sure that ensuring is necessary there. But I'm not gonna die on this hill, so.
Other comments?
I just say, Brian, I understand your point of view, but I do think that as the department delivers education, that I do think ensuring is an important element of the mission. We should be doing everything we can to make sure that all students, get access and have an experience in the classroom that provides that education. So I'm good with the way it stands.
But with respect, ensuring doesn't mean we'll do all we can. It means we will 100% do it. It means we're gonna be perfect. That's the way I take it. I agree, we should do all we can.
Other comments? So the issue is ensuring all students are all students.
Is there another word we can use instead of ensuring, if that's the issue, maybe? Trying to think.
To what extent is this aspirational? It's not a warranty that we're.
I always view the mission as the how you do it of the vision.
How you do it of the vision stuff.
The mission is the day-to-day. Culminates into the vision. Leads to progress towards accomplishment.
So without ensuring in the mission statement, we don't have the action to achieve the vision.
Well, it's a recitation of the present, right? All students experience a world-class education. I'm not sure it's that much different. What I'm saying is, I guess it's because of what I do. The word ensuring bothers me, that's all.
It's the lens you're looking through is what you're saying, Brian.
That's right. And like I said, it's not like I can't live with it. I'm not sure it means anything that much different. I just don't like that word.
How about the word providing? All students experience of a world-class education.
Provide all students with the
Provide.
world-class education.
Yeah. So the discussion around the table here, if you can't hear remotely, is that is it provide or providing all students with a world-class education?
I'm indifferent. I don't have a problem with the word ensure. I do think that's a legal lens that Brian's looking through. And if you take it out, well, yeah, I'm indifferent. So I'll go with the majority of thought.
I like it as written.
Okay, that's where you at.
I'm okay with ensuring.
Okay.
I can see where Brian's coming from, but I mean, I'm okay with ensuring, I guess. If there were another word that we could use, but I can't really think of one.
Mike, where are you at?
Looks like he's on.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's see. Cindy,
Yeah, I'm okay with ensuring. I think I like the intent of the mission statement as written because it's talking about the student experience, which I think is one of the things we talked about versus how the system delivers, right? But so I'm good with the way it is.
I think we have consensus that ensuring is okay. All right, so at this point, I'd like to treat vision and mission separate from the goals.
Okay.
So I'd like to receive a motion to accept the proposed vision and mission statements as presented.
So moved.
So moved, or I'll second.
Okay, moved by Nathan and seconded by Cindy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. That's carried. Okay, on to the goals.
Okay, so also presented to you are 4 goals with a number of outcomes that have been linked to those goals. And I know a lot of our conversations during the work session has been around the action. How do you, what steps will you take and will the Department of Education take to achieve the outcomes as well as the goals? But on this, for this strategic plan, we're going to focus on the goals and outcomes that will be posted, but we'll have the working document that we will bring to you quarterly to talk through the action steps. So the 4 goals are, the first one is ensuring equity in education by narrowing and closing achievement and opportunity gaps. And there are 6 different outcomes linked to that. The second goal is ensuring high-quality teachers and other educators are in every classroom and high-quality leaders are in every school. And there are 3 outcomes linked to that goal.
Yeah, I have a question on that one. And it's just that I'm not familiar enough to know the answer. So in the instruction in the science of reading, aligning reading materials that meet that requirement, is there a list of material that follows the science of reading protocol that the department puts out? Or, you know, can anyone claim that they are teaching to that standard?
Thank you for the important question, and I'm happy to jump in, Dr. Brionic. This is certainly an area in which many districts and superintendents have sought support. Sure that they have expert feedback on their curriculum options and instructional material options to ensure alignment with the science of reading. And it's a resource that we're looking at providing more broadly, that transparency information to ensure that school district leaders and educators are aware of alignment with the science of reading when choosing instructional materials.
Okay, good. I thank you for saying that. I appreciate that.
Yes.
I just don't want a school to say, yeah, our curriculum is in alignment, and in fact, it's not.
Yeah. I think in the sense of the length of our meeting today, that I think what I would like us to do is just to focus on the goals and leave the outcomes for a different day from the goals. We have about 10 more minutes and there's not enough time to go through the outcomes, but I understand what you're saying. So I have some other comments about some of the outcomes as well, and looking at our time today and what we have to devote to other things. Let's just focus on the goals and come back at the next meeting and focus on the outcomes.
So we're just gonna vote on the.
Just on the goals.
I'm okay with the goals. Not gonna repeat my last statement about. But I guess I would suggest that we make number 4 be number 1. I don't know that these have a hierarchy, but to me, you got to start with a safe, healthy, and welcoming learning environment before any of the other stuff works. Science of reading doesn't matter if you don't feel safe.
Good point.
That's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So that could be, the order is fine with me to move that to number 1. I know the outcomes in this section are pretty brief, and that's why we'll need to spend some time on that.
I
as
agree
well.
with that, but I'm just asking that we consider 4 becoming 1. Then, I mean, not that it matters. They're all 4 equally important, I'm sure. It's just.
My other thought, as I reviewed all of the goals, which I support all 4 that we have here, but the thing that really struck me is everything that we have noted here in thinking through this as visionaries focuses on the external aspects of our system, which is what we do as Iowans. We immediately focus on the work that we need to do to make the system better. And I think one of the things that we also need to think about is the internal aspects of the system and the Department of Education itself, and having a goal that supports our team and the great people within the department that are going to help us accomplish the work. So I would love to see us add a goal that focuses on the Department of Education and culture and supporting the leadership and the staff. Knowing what the department has been through in the last 18 months and thinking about alignment and systems and technology and making sure that we stay connected as a board, and just knowing I want to make sure that the team knows we value their work and the effort that they're putting into helping us accomplish these goals. So we have external and internal connected.
Okay. We'll take up that goal at our next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll look at any other potential goals in our next meeting, as well as the outcomes. Presently, we have 4 goals proposed in front of us. The order of which recommending is to let's move goal 4 to goal 1, which I'm not sure anybody has an issue with as far as the order. Is the board comfortable with moving forward with these 4 goals, knowing that we may add a goal and look at the outcomes at another meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the 4 goals that are presented to us today.
And move that we approve the
So
4 goals.
moved, Mary.
Okay, it's been moved by Mary and seconded by Brooke.
I need to speak up, I guess. You don't ever hear me.
To approve the 4 goals presented today. Those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. The goals are approved. And at our next session, we'll look at if there's additional goals we'd like to add and look at the outcomes.
How are we gonna do the language for that? Is that something that, are you gonna work on that, or Cass, are you gonna work on that? And I mean, who's gonna, I guess, work on that 5th goal?
Yeah, I am happy to work with.
Okay.
Okay, we can work together. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Graceland University Educator Preparation Program.
Jeremy?
You doing?
Morning.
Okay, great. My name is Dr. Stephanie Teacup. I'm a program consultant with the educator preparation team, along with Dr. Miriam Radzabo and our previous colleagues, Dr. Kelly Fega. There we go. Who they both participated, in Graceland's review process. And today with us, we have Dr. Tanya Kaufelt and Dr. Michelle Dickey-Kotz, who are joining us today as leadership of the education program and representing Graceland University. One of my responsibilities is the state approval process for reaffirmation of accreditation. Today, I'll be sharing key highlights of Graceland's evaluation, followed by Tanya and Michelle, who will present unique elements of their program. In the full report, all information is provided for your review. You will notice that additional sections have been added for supplemental information and data points for decision-making purposes. Educator preparation has a 7-year accreditation cycle. I, along with my colleagues, engaged in an extensive program review to verify and validate Graceland's compliance with teacher preparation standards in Chapter 79 and provide recommendations for continuous improvement. A broad overview of Graceland's evaluation includes a total of 18 reviewers engaged in the process. 180 survey responses were analyzed from 7 stakeholder groups. Reviewers engaged with over 119 pages of content and 462 links of evidence, which included approximately 170 course syllabi. During the on-site portion, 30 interviews and 6 classroom visits were conducted across campus, and approximately 20 student files were audited for program checkpoints and compliance with required candidate information. When evaluating educator programs, there are 2 major categories, which include assurance and continuous improvement components. Within the assurance components, Graceland University is in compliance with HLC. The curriculum exhibits are approved by both the educator preparation team and the Board of Educational Examiners. The program's self-evaluation report, evidence, and verification resulted in 5 concerns, which have all been resolved. For continuous improvement, 10 recommendations were shared with the program that were acted upon. Graceland earned a total of 11 strengths. Strengths are areas where the program is going above and beyond requirements. I'll be sharing key highlights of the governance, faculty, and assessment standards, which have the majority of recommendations and concerns, and you have the full report in front of you. In the governance standard, the program received praise for their steadfast application and communication of their conceptual framework, as well as the support and inclusion of their adjunct faculty who feel connected to the program. One strength I want to highlight today with all of you is the administration's immediate recognition of insufficient staff and faculty. The VPAA requested assistance from our team on the number necessary for a program leading to licensure, which was provided. 4 recommendations for continuous improvement included the secondary education program be officially designated as a major, consideration of substituting education courses for required leadership classes, allowing candidates to add additional endorsements for areas of specialty, increased advisory committee engagement and documentation, and reinstating the secondary education committee. In response to our team's feedback and with approval from their administration, the program conducted an internal audit to resolve concerns within the governance standard. The results from the audit and steps moving forward will be shared in the program's presentation. In the faculty standard, faculty are held in high regard by stakeholders across campus, students, and K-12 partners for their content knowledge, care, and dedication to students and the program. A recommendation for the faculty standard included adding the 40-hour co-teaching requirement to the adjunct handbook for increased communication. 2 concerns in the faculty standard have been resolved and include alignment of faculty assignments with education, experience, and expertise, and bringing several instructors in compliance with the 40-hour co-teaching requirement. With the assessment standard, Graceland engages students in 2 rounds of praxis exams, one at the beginning of the program and for supplemental instructional purposes, and another toward the end of the candidate's preparation. Students shared appreciation, and I think this is neat. Students shared appreciation of faculty feedback that was not only beneficial to their clinical experiences, but also for having some tough conversations that the candidates shared with us they were in need of hearing. Recommendations include utilizing the full capability of their assessment system to close the assessment loop and reduce inconsistencies in data input. The one concern in assessment regarding dissemination of aggregated data with secondary faculty has been resolved through the state's recommendation of reinstating the Secondary Education Committee and the program's identification of the responsible full-time faculty for that particular task. The review team recommends full approval for Graceland's educator preparation programs until the next site visit. Like always, the Ed Prep team will continue monitoring both recommendations and the resolution of concerns in the one-year follow-up visit, as well as their annual submissions to the annual report. Before we move to the vote, I'll hand things over to Tanya and Michelle to share their presentation with you all.
And so thank you all for having us here. We are Graceland from Lamoni, Iowa, so way southern Iowa.
And this is who we are. We are Graceland, but we are a community of invitation. And we purposefully cultivate this culture of radical belonging. And in that culture, what we do is we promote, provoke, and inspire students to become bold leaders and change makers in this world that definitely cries out for that. We do that through manifestation of the power of together. And so that is the campus mantras. Everything is the power of together. We work together. We are a part of that mission in that we are passionate, bold leaders ourselves and work to be change makers, constantly working to be the best that we can possibly be for our candidates. And so they can be the best they can possibly be for the students who are sitting in the classroom. Can't do it alone. We have critical stakeholders who come from diverse lived histories and diverse professional experiences. And this is that representation.
So the 3 places and spaces that we operate and prepare the leaders and change makers, as we call them, are, like I said, the Lamoni, Iowa campus right on the Missouri border. And then we have, that is our secondary and elementary program that is a traditional program. And then Trenton and Independence, Missouri are completion programs that just house elementary ed students that is catered towards adult learners. So our program consists of 17 approved endorsement content areas within the 3 areas pre-KK, K-8, 512 certifications. The majors you can see up along the side. Elementary education is our largest major, but you can see within our program that we have a number of secondary education candidates as well that are within our program.
Just a quick question. The student enrollment in some of the programs are 1 or 2 or 3 students?
Depending on the content area. So that doesn't necessarily mean that, so for business, we have a number of business majors on campus. that is a new certification area for us. So that's actually our business is our largest major, but we just have one student right now that's being certified for teacher prep in business. So they're majoring in their content area. But that makes more sense to you. Yeah.
And once they are admitted into the program, we start counting the numbers. So we are in the induction process of some of those candidates who simply have not yet been admitted into the
Yeah.
program.
So these are just teacher students.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Yes. So the graphic on this page actually shows the benchmarks that our students go through. And at an entry benchmark, they're coming into the program where we are able to mentor and monitor their progress throughout our program entry, the methods benchmark throughout our program, and then the capstone professional benchmark where they are in the process of really student teaching and exiting the program to gain licensure. We intentionally, because we are in a very rural community, we intentionally try to provide diverse experiences for our students. We feel that that's very important in order to ensure that our students have and see a wide variety of students within our program. And so we specifically look at diverse field experiences and make sure that each of our students have 2 diverse field experiences. We quantify that or look at that requirement based on the Iowa School Performance Profile. And the school or priority school, as we call them, actually have to have exceed the state average in at least 2 areas of the Iowa School Performance Profile.
So while our students do live in southern Iowa, we want to and we work purposefully and intentionally to ensure that they have diverse clinical experiences. We want to make sure you understand that our student body at large is very, very diverse, and our students come from very diverse lived histories. And as you can see by the numbers here on this graphic, 44 states and 39 countries are represented. And so students day to day have a very interesting experience in their living and learning day-to-day life with diverse peoples that actually does promote that radical belonging and promotes a level of cultural competency that even our field experience that we work hard to do cannot be earned by because they live it every day. Our mantra has always been, no matter the cuts, the growth, the shrinkage of programs, COVID, all of that is always students first. And our guiding question has always been, if we genuinely care about our candidates and the students that they will ultimately serve, what decisions will we make? And we have a teacher education committee who provides oversight to all of that. And we work hard to make sure that we have a robust, challenging program that prepares them for the complex world that they are going to be meeting out there. We do that through a balance of offering challenge, always challenge, but with equal amounts of support. That's really important. We're very hands-on. One thing that we are probably really the most proud of is this notion that after 3 years, despite all the COVID, all of this disruption with social issues in our society, is that we have maintained 93% persistence rate with the students that we have graduated the last 3 years. And this is what it looks like. Of the 109 candidates we had from 20 to 23, 101 of them are still teaching. 4 of them chose to not enter the profession initially, and 4 of those went to grad school. So remember, we have 2 campuses in Missouri, so we have a large population there. So this is where our students are. A third of them are in Iowa teaching, a third in Missouri, and the rest are impacting classes all over the United States and Canada. All over Canada. So we're really proud of that persistence rate, especially with all the disruption and what many of us may feel like attack or targeted on education. That is hard. It's hard to be a teacher right now.
So Stephanie talked about our site visit and their work with with us within the School of Education and the VPAA, looking at some of the things that we felt we really needed to have guidance. And I think that we definitely are appreciative of that. The university has coined or named us a nurture and grow within our university programs. But we also got the support from the state during their visit to look at additional support or additional positions. And so these positions right here or changes within our program are growth positions. So the addition of a half-time and administrative assistant within the School of Ed, a field placement, full-time field placement coordinator with faculty status, an independent site director with faculty status to help teach some classes. The assessment coordinator would be looking at providing faculty release for the student or for the faculty that is working with that assessment data to help close that loop that Stephanie described earlier. And transitioning into a secondary education major. Currently, our students right now in secondary ed major in their field and complete the education program. So it's kind of like a minor, if you will. But we are transitioning our education, our secondary ed to a major to help some of the students that they really want to teach, but really just want to focus on education and their content area. They may be able to pick up more endorsements that way to have more marketability and flexibility within the schools when they go out to teach. With that growth comes some subtractions potentially. So as a part of the review process, we looked at our Trenton, Missouri campus and are in the process of sunsetting that completion program. It is an hour between Lamoni and Independence, Missouri. And so we felt that we still can serve those students in our completion program in Independence, Missouri, or in on the Lamoni traditional campus if they wanted to go that route, but felt that if we really truly wanted to grow as a program, that the Independence, Missouri or the Kansas City area would be the area that we would want to focus in on. And so that is a part of our review that we've looked at.
This will happen fall 24.
Yes, and so additionally, during fall 25, so a year out, we looked fiscally at how we can make additions to our program and specifically looked at then adding on, once we have these specific things in place, to add on a full-time faculty member where the need arises. And then really just look at things that since COVID or some of the other concerns to actually go through and look at some of the practicum experiences that we may have put off or looking into paraeducation.
Okay, so we want to thank you for having us. And if you would indulge us, we want to share with you our why. These are our students that during finals week or prior to finals week, we just went around and took pictures. They are pretty awesome people.
I would agree.
So thank you for allowing us to come and talk about our program. If you have additional questions for us, feel free to ask. We'd be happy to answer.
Thank you for your presentation. And does the board have any questions before we take up the recommendation? My notes is that all standards were met and all concerns from the previous site visits were corrected.
Correct.
I would entertain a motion to award full approval.
Two things for me. One is I do not ever remember smiling during finals week.
You haven't ever had us as a teacher.
There you go. There you go. There you go. But I move approval.
Second.
Brian
Keeps on
moves to approve.
I'll get one in.
Brett moves to second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Accreditation is granted. Congratulations.
Thank you so
very
much
much.
for all of your support. We appreciate it.
We appreciate it.
And good
Thank you
luck.
for your time.
We're going to take a short 5-minute break.
Thank goodness.
Zoom at 10:32.
But
Zoom.
All right, recording's back on.
Okay. Let's move on. We have Middle States, no, excuse me. We have Western Association. Okay, Eric.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Heitz. I'm an administrative consultant with the Bureau of School Improvement, and I have two other team members here that'll introduce themselves also.
Dennis, excuse me, Dennis McLean, School Improvement Consultant.
And Tina Whaler, I'm Bureau Chief of School Improvement.
And what we're doing now is this agenda item and the next one are related from the standpoint that Iowa Code Section 256.11 subsection 16 grants the authority to the state board to maintain a list of approved independent accrediting agencies. And what this list does is it allows a non-public school to be accredited by one of these approved agencies. And then we as the Department of Education will view them as accredited. That's one way to be accredited. Another way is to go through full statewide accreditation through the Department of Education. And so what we're asking is that both of these accrediting agencies be added. And we're going to start out here with the Western Association of Schools and Colleges Dependent Accrediting Agency approval. Just so you know, there's currently six accrediting agencies on the list. 5 of them were in Iowa Code and one was approved back in 2014. The accrediting commission for schools of the Western Association of Schools and Colleges submitted an application, and the process included a rigorous application. And then the 3 of us reviewed the application and determined whether the accrediting agency would meet the criteria. And that's on the second page of your document there. It lists at the very bottom, lists out the scoring range and the recommendation. In this case, just a little bit about the applicant is they started in 1962 accrediting schools. The agency accredits over 5,000 schools in all 50 states. And based on our review, we determined that they should be recommended to be added to the list to be able to accredit non-public schools in the state of Iowa. We do have Elizabeth Oberruder is available also if you would like to ask her any questions, but we turn it over to you two. Have anything to add? Okay, so we'll turn it over to you.
Any questions for Elizabeth or the DE team? I have one. There was no response for question 29, which was describe the ongoing professional development requirements for those in the organization who assess schools' performance on accreditation standards. I was curious as to why there was no response to that question.
I'd like to, good morning, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Oberreiter, and representing WASC, and we do apologize for that non-answer. Part of the professional development is for teams that will be visiting schools to attend a training, to attend several trainings. We also have advisors, as our directors are advisors, and they give also one-on-one trainings. We have office hours that are trainings as well. And we always seek out all of the schools that are going through accreditation also to participate in other school accreditations as part of a professional development opportunity.
Thank you. That helps. Any other questions regarding this proposed accreditation? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to approve the recommendation.
Move to approve.
It's been moved by Nathan. I couldn't hear who the second was.
I think it's Brian.
Brian.
Second by Brian. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Okay. Next one is Middle States Association.
In Middle States Association, we will have Daniel Rufo and Christian Talbot should be on Zoom, available for questions too. Middle States Association went through the same application process. The team you're looking at here, the three of us reviewed the application. Based on the review, we are recommending that they be added to the list. A little bit about the Middle States is the agency has been accrediting schools since 1887 and is currently accredits 2,924 schools in 45 states. So this one has been around for quite a while. Again, the accreditation, or excuse me, review team, the three of us are recommending that this school also be added, or excuse me, this agency be added to independently accredited non-public schools in the state of Iowa. And we're
Any questions for Eric or the Middle States Association representative? 1887, huh?
I'll move approval.
It's been moved by Brian. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Nathan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Question for you, for the DE team, is that we've already had 5 such commissions approved in 2013 and one in 2014. What's the follow-ups after somebody is approved? Is it just, they're just approved and that's it, or is there a follow-up as far as ongoing?
Yeah, we are, and we're setting up quarterly meetings with all of the agencies. That is not something that's been done in the past, but we felt like there'd been a long time since any had been approved or since we had really had a lot of conversation with them. So we met with all of them that were approved already a few months back. We met with all of the applicants that we're bringing right now, and we're going to meet with them from here on out. I think just ESA has, it just has needed more conversation around it. And we just wanted to get back on the same page to make sure that when they were recommending that these schools are accredited, we were taking that at face value and we were not doing further looking into the accreditation. So I think they have a real clear understanding of the importance of their role.
Okay. It seems like we put a lot of institutions on a cycle for approval or renewal of approval. It's maybe something to take a look at. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, charter schools. First one is Oakmont Charter School.
I'll go grab them. Where's Dan? Yeah. Slow down.
No, that's not.
That's good. We got a little bit ahead of schedule. That's fine. Come in here. Which side do you want? You pick where you're comfortable. You have to spread out here a little bit. You guys can sit here, you can sit there, anywhere you want to. Yeah, sure we will. Thanks. I'll make sure you get in there, okay?
You start pitching over it. Yeah, bags.
It's taking a minute. Get my act together. Well, she's getting set up. I'll introduce myself and the team that's been working on it. So Tina Whaler, PR Chief of School Improvement. And I just want to recognize the amount of work that has gone in to working with the applications, the process, the applicants. Stacy Stokes, Barbara Olin, Stephanie Elders, and Cassandra Klein have put in just a tremendous amount of work along with Janet. So with that, I will let you introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Janet Boyd, and I am a school improvement consultant and charter school consultant. I've been here before. So the way I anticipate this will work is I'll do a 5-minute presentation. The charter applicant will have 5 minutes to address the board, and then we'll have 15 minutes for questions and answers. Our first applicant is Oakmont, and I'll go through my summary, just kind of hitting the highlights, and then I'll introduce them, and they'll give you their information, and then we'll go into questions. So if you look at the summary, and again, I mentioned that this is an action item. So when you look at the summary, it starts out with the background. That's the code and rule. It's right there in the beginning. And then I just want to recognize that Oakmont did have their application in by the deadline. So November 1, 2023 deadline was met for their application. Then we have an overview of the applicant, and I'll kind of defer to they'll give that information when they give their presentation, so I can move a little faster through this. Table 1 gives you just a summary of the school. And I will point out that they are asking for 2 waivers. They're asking for the 1080 minute waiver, and they're also asking for a waiver for 256.11. So they do have 2 waivers, and their target population is the non-traditional high school student. We go into next the application review process, and that just kind of tells you what we do and what's in code. So the first part is the review process is the written application. Then we conduct an interview, and then we also have a public forum. The next section kind of gives you the code references for that and how the reviewers go through the application. And then the next section, we have strengths and challenges. And so the strengths that the department noticed was that it's a focus on re-engaging students who have given up. So the charter is re-engaging students, specialized training for staff on how to re-engage those students, programming for career readiness targets students age 18 to 21. So that there is a real need for that in the state. Documented success in Ohio with our charter schools. And then they've given several examples of business partnerships, so we think that's important too. The challenges, I want to kind of correct what you were given there. We had 2 challenges about finances. Those have been addressed. So basically the only challenge that we see at this point is, the student interest, parent interest, community interest. And I think they will address that when they address the board. Then we go into the reviewer scores, and their average score was 66.25. And they range in the range, and that is in the range of acceptable. So then we talk about the interview process. We have a chart there that talks about who was there at the interview. And it also talks about how we design the questions. What we do is we base our questions on the purposes of a charter school, and then we add additional questions specific to that applicant. And those, that summary of that interview is available if folks would like to see that. Then we talk about the public forum. There's a chart there that talks about who was at the public forum, the location, the date. And unfortunately, we did not have any public present at the public forum. And then in table 4, we also give information about how that was advertised, because it's required that they, make that public. And so we do have the information there on how they made that public. Finally, the recommendation by the department. Oakmont Education Charter School received an average score of 66.25 across the required components in Iowa Code 256E. The applicant responded affirmatively to all the assurances and conditions in the charter school application. The applicant did request waivers. It is recommended that the state board approve the charter with or without conditions. And then there's a small section there about what it means to, what code says about conditions. And then we give a couple of recommendations. We're not at this time saying any of these recommendations with conditions, we're not pointing out any of them. That is totally up to the board if they want to approve with conditions. That concludes my part of Oakmont. So I got Oakmont representatives here. So let me see if I can say their names appropriately. We have Demetrius Casares, and he is the president. We have Chris Lacey Worley.
Raise your hands.
Vice President. We have Dr. Jerry Farley, VP of Career and Technical Education. We have Karen Wachter, VP of Academics. We have Mike Hublé, who is Mike is with the Iowa Coalition for Public Charter Schools. He has been invaluable in helping us with this process, and so he's here. Then Oakmont has a student that is on Zoom, we hope.
Is there? There she is?
Oh, yeah, there she is. And so all these folks are available for questions after they give their presentation. So with that, I'm going to kind of scoot aside. I'm going to leave all my stuff here, though. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Demetrius Kriaris. I am the president of Oakmont Education. Probably wondering, who is Oakmont Education? We're an education management company that was founded in 2018, serving 16 dropout campuses in the state of Ohio. We are nationally accredited. We focus on student success, graduation outcomes, academic outcomes, and also placement outcomes. And those outcomes are demonstrated through, quality assurance and also the state report cards that come out on a yearly basis. And all of our schools meet or exceed expectations. We want to thank you in advance for allowing us the opportunity to share some information today. We do have a student on Zoom that can demonstrate the student experience and firsthand tell you what it's like to be an Oakmont student. But at this point, I'd like to hand it off to our student, Aaliyah, from our Parma campus. Aaliyah, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Aaliyah Rhodes. I'm currently a high school student at Old Brook High, and I'd love to share my incredible experience with Old Brook during the past year and a half. Before coming to Old Brook, I attended a private Catholic high school. Around my sophomore year, I was diagnosed with lupus erythematosus, which is a rare autoimmune disease that had attacked my brain and caused severe damage to my eyesight. I had lost complete vision in my right eye and have partial vision in my left. However, due to these circumstances, I was unable to return to my original school, and many other traditional schools for that matter. I felt as if I was a problem because of my disability, as well hopeless to further my education and pursue a career in nursing. Unlike many other schools, Old Brook had given me a chance and multiple opportunities for me to succeed. I now have obtained my license in phlebotomy and am taking college courses to further my education. I have, with their help and support, I have maintained a 4.0 GPA, as well as was accepted into the Holly Aspire Nursing Program. Old Brook has provided me with several skills and tools to allow me to do the things that others believe I couldn't. I'm very grateful for Old Brook, and without them, I do not believe I'd be in the position that I am today.
Thank you so much.
So we're going to go into the next presentation. Am I able to share the presentation, Janet, that I have, or?
Did you get on Zoom?
I am on Zoom.
Who is this?
Yes. This is Chris Galassi Worrell.
Yes, Dave will help us with.
Okay.
Okay,
I
I see you.
was like, there's the voice of God. I was like, wait a minute, what is happening right now? There he is.
Yeah, that's our Oz behind the.
Yeah, you had an Oz. I had like that moment. That was incredible. That broke my attention a little bit. I feel like I needed that. Okay. Yes. It did do it. I thought it did it, but it didn't. I don't teach tech at our schools. I am not in charge of the tech.
Your screen. Thank you.
Thank you for saving me.
Yep, your mom.
I'm a Gen Xer, so the tech is sometimes a little difficult for me to get into. Didn't have phones or anything growing up. Okay. All right. I apologize that this is taking me so long to do. Okay. Hi, Chris, Oakmont Education. You've kind of already heard about us. So every 26 seconds, a student drops out of high school. Across Iowa last year, approximately 4,800 students dropped out, and that is across the state. We know that students drop out because they're disproportionately impacted by experiences out of their control. A third of our students are systems-involved youth. At Oakmont Education, we are committed to a quality life after high school, not just during high school. What is the number one reason students drop out of high school? Their perceived lack of relevance. They don't think it matters to be in school. At Oakmont Education, we re-engage students, we restore hope. We give them opportunities to have school with a purpose. If students don't feel like what they're doing matters after graduation, they're not going to be engaged. I know that. I was a former high school dropout myself. We provide students with the most important thing, which is access. Without access, students can't bridge the economical gap that they have. And we know that economic freedom is the most important thing for our students. We teach our students resiliency. We focus on solutions, and we make our students become entrepreneurs of their own success. We support our students. So what's different than a lot of the other programs out there, or even schools for non-traditional, nonlinear learners, we support students a year after placement. So we know that there are tons of supports, like Dr. Farley says, for college-bound youth. But as somebody who was a first-generation college student and then dropped out and went through the associate's degree to the bachelor's to the master's, I can tell you there's nothing for non-college-bound youth. There are no supports to the students that are entering the workforce or deciding on another path for them. So at Oakmont Education, we believe in re-engagement, opportunity, access, resiliency, and support. We want to make a place here where all students have the freedom to flourish, which is your state motto. And then I would be remiss, this is our last slide, but I did forget to let you guys know that for each of those students, you saw that 4,800 student number. While I was giving this 5-minute presentation, 11 students will have dropped out. And by the end of today, with the 4 hours that we have it for interviews, it's over 500 students are going to drop out. That cost alone is an additional $300,000 over the lifetime of each of those students. And that's just a financial impact. That's not a social impact. We can't even get into what socially we're doing when we're giving kids no hope. So we really look forward to this opportunity to set the tone and the tenor of what quality looks like for kids who've dropped out of high school, because for far too long, we've allowed benched students to be benched, but we take benched kids and we make them starters. And we're looking forward to doing that here. I want to pass it off to Dr. Jerry Farley because it said, lack of community support. I put a little asterisk there. And so the asterisk, Dr. Jerry Farley is going to kind of expand on that a little bit.
No, I'm fine. I'm not a Gen Xer, so I'm going to put my cheater on. A lot of our community involvement really started with talking to businesses. We see ourselves as part education and part workforce development. So we really wanted to get into the business community. One of the pathways we'll have is construction. So we've talked to the Home Builders Association, Associated Builders and Contractors, and Habitat for Humanity, which we're looking to partner to build one of their homes to increase the inventory of low-income housing here in Des Moines. We've talked to Fuse DSM for manufacturing, and we have partnership meetings planned for the 2 local hospitals. That's an integral part of including the community. However, because there's really no services for dropouts, we didn't want to do a lot of penetration into the community to get parents' hopes all excited about this opportunity. So we really thought it was premature to try to talk to parents until we got approval today. Now, we're planning on launching, hopefully, as we say in the South, Lord willing and the creek don't rise, we'll get approval. We've already talked to Councilwoman Linda Westergaard in Ward 2. We have meetings set up with the Highland Park, Oak Park Neighborhood Association. So we are on their agenda for their March meeting. We've talked to several groups about how we can get out there into community centers, into health centers, and talk to low-income families about this as a resource. I also wanted to just put a little bit of an emphasis on the placement part of what we do. So in the last 4 years, we've enrolled over 6,000 students into our career tech programs, and they've earned over 8,500 nationally recognized industry credentials. We've graduated nearly 3,000 out of school youth. And because of our career tech, 85% of those graduates went through the career tech option. As my colleague said, our big thing is placement, life after high school, where we fully support for 1 year what they're doing after high school with their placement. Our placement rate is 80%. Just to put that into real numbers, that's 2,374 high school dropouts that we have put into Ohio's workforce. Ohio is 48th in the nation in labor supply. Iowa's 23rd. Y'all are doing a great job with that. But these young people, these opportunity youth who don't have an option, we now provide them a pathway and a trajectory to a sustainable living wage and a quality life, contributing to what Ohio is doing, what the governor's plan is to move forward with the state as a leader in business and economy.
Thank you for your presentation.
I was going to mention that they are planning on opening it at the fall of 2024.
This year. We've been at this for 1 year. We've been coming to Iowa for about a year. We started last January. So we have plans to start after the state fair. We did know that much. And so we will be doing that, but we have facility located and we are hopeful.
Talk to us about your requested waivers for the seat time and offer and teach.
Thank you. Sure. Again, why don't you start?
Yeah. Well, if you guys describe your model as the A and B week,
Sure.
the offer and teach is different, but the seat time, you can speak to the A and B week.
So for us, we know that if you're going to teach career tech to young people, it can't be an hour and a half on a Tuesday and an hour and a half on a Thursday, and they pick up their skills and develop their craft. So for us, our youth, to say they're interested in construction, and there's 16 of them, we'll put 8 of them in Group A and 8 of them in Group B. When Group A is in occupational skills training or in construction, they're there every day, all day, working on construction, while the other 8 students are in academics. The following week, we'll switch the groups, and we run that through the entire year. We will be working with DMAC. We will do the concurrent enrollment. Our teachers will be full-time teachers for us, adjunct faculty for them, and we will teach in our school. That way we can develop the rapport that's necessary. We will become certified training and testing centers for each of the national credentials that we do, while also our students are earning the regional credentials offered through DMAC. So they'll have national and regional credentials. And I think that's a big part of how the waiver will work for maybe traditionally some of the offerings. Our youth just need more support, longer time on instruction, and consistency. So if it takes 85 hours to teach a nursing assistant program, generally our youth will need about 150 hours to do that. So this schedule allows us to go a little slower, a little bit more in depth, while also taking classroom time and merging that with out in the field work-based learning, which is really what you need, because you can't learn how to swim by standing on the side of a pool. So you've got to be immersed in that.
Other questions from the board?
Where is your premises?
The location?
Yes, ma'am.
We have identified, is it okay, can I share that? We have identified the Park Fair Mall, and we are working with we already have kind of floor plans sketched up. We've put everything in place, waiting for approval so that we can, like, interviewing contractors, our facilities team. But that we identified a large need through a heat mapping of out-of-school youth. And that area, and there's another area in Des Moines as well, but that area had a large amount of out-of-school youth and also English language learners that are potentially falling behind or not having needs not met.
We met with the landlord yesterday and we wanted to wait for this meeting to conclude before we execute an agreement on a lease.
But it's really it's kind of an incredible Iowa Works is in the building. There's staffing companies in there that do healthcare staffing. So it's almost like Cecil's in there, which is a social services organization. So it's seemingly going to become a community place where people can go for help. And our students will be able to stay in that facility to be able to do things with Iowa Works and develop that partnership. We've met a lot with Deputy Director Townsend, and because the component, like Dr. Farley said, we work with our students to recover their academics and to excel, but the focus is on what is next for them. And a lot of our students, I'm the proud daughter of an electrician. A lot of our students want to do things in the trades or be entrepreneurs and own businesses. We have nail tech programs. So that's very important.
The location is served by 3 major bus lines, so it'll be highly accessible. We also have a huge presence with Department of Labor grants. So we will be working with Director Townsend. We'll be applying for a WIOA grant as a provider, which we do in Ohio. And also next year, we'll be applying for the Department of Labor's Youth Build program, which are all aligned to serve the same youth at the same time.
What made you choose Iowa for expansion of your program?
I was at the National Governors Association working with visiting with people with Jeannie Allen and the Center for Ed Reform, and we met Governor Reynolds and we told her what we did and she said, "You're going to come to Iowa." And we were like, "Sure, someday." And then she was like, "No, like next year you guys can come." And so we kind of were like, "Oh, there's no dropout schools at all." And that for me, as someone and we all have worked in dropout recovery our whole careers, to me, to set the tone and the tenor of what quality looks like, again, I can't explain what that feels like, because historically dropout recovery schools have had a negative connotation. We've had to scratch and claw our way out of the sins of the father. And so for me, I'm not going to speak for my colleagues, although I think that they echo the sentiment, to set the tone and the tenor of what quality looks like so nobody can come in and just do it a way that doesn't serve kids is an incredible opportunity. So while it was a cool thing, like we've had other governors say, like, "Come here," and they don't usually mean it. She meant it. She meant it. She said it, she meant it, and we followed through on it. And it's an honor to be able to even be considered to set that tone and tenor. So thank you.
how do you deal with kids in your program who don't attend? You get them started, you get them introduced, you begin to provide that education both on site and in the classroom, and they just don't come regularly, just like they did before. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, so in Ohio, I mean, we have truancy laws for the minors in our programs that are under 18, so certain rules with the state that we have to follow. But we do, the way we staff our schools, we have specific positions that assist with targeting that problem. So we have, we employ a family advocate who's a licensed social worker. So she does an intake, or that person, sorry, typically she, I guess, does a intake assessment on all of our students. And the purpose of that is to identify any barriers that would prevent them from coming to school. And then also be that liaison for what services or needs they may have. So whether it's childcare, whether it's transportation issues, whether it's homelessness, you know, whatever that is, we work with the student on those barriers, because obviously that would be something that would prevent them, or has in the past prevented them from coming to school or coming to school consistently. We also employ a retention specialist at all of our schools, where their sole focus is getting kids in school and keeping them in school. So we have different systems, you know, in place, different technology systems that we use in regards to contacting the students, different mentorship programs with the students. And so that's how we typically tackle it. It's a team approach, but it's definitely centered on the individual student and what their, you know, needs are.
And by design, our schools are significantly smaller than a traditional public school by design. And each of those, like when she said family advocate, it's not for the network, it's at each building. So each building has a placement person that follows kids after they graduate. Each building has that dedicated staff, because we can't cut it up. Our kids need more. And if we can't acknowledge that they need more, on the front end, we're going to be shown how much they needed on the back end, and we're not going to like what we see. So we know we have to do it differently.
So Oakmont spent a lot of time developing the learner support model. And it's not just, is a kid not attending? It's what are we doing on our side to engage those students? So the model really works because it's designed around student success. And when a kid is not going to school, we're very proactive in the outreach on making sure they understand that coming back to school is the best interest for them. And it's not just graduating to get a high school diploma, but the end all be all is I'm going to get a job. I'm going to be able to provide for my family. I'll be able to earn dollars instead of just, you know, working a dead end job. So it's a lot of time and effort. We focus on continuously improving. We look at a lot of data that tells us the true picture on when we need to intervene, how we need to intervene. And we try things, we learn, we fail, we test things. But that approach allows us to provide the best student experience for our students.
If I can just amplify on that one little bit, over a third of our youth are systems involved youth. We get young people that are wounded. And the first thing we have to do is heal. And we know that you can't teach a hungry student, but you also can't teach a child who's dealing in a domestic violence situation or struggling with mental illness or addiction or some of those things. And before we can ever become aspirational or get them to think in a way to aspire to a better life, you've got to get people out of survival. And you can only get people to move from survival mode to aspirational mode by healing those wounds. And that's why we have dedicated staff, data that we use to monitor that, to intervene, to get young people to believe that there is a better tomorrow. And once you can tie into that intrinsic motivation, that school matters, that I'm going to get help to live a better life, you'll see a higher level of engagement. So our career tech youth come to school twice as much as our non-career tech engaged school youth. They graduate at a higher level. They earn credits at a higher level. Nobody in the years I've been doing this, none of these youth aspire to be unemployed or uneducated, but they lack the resource and the opportunity. And when you provide that for them and they start to change their mindset from I can't to I can, then you see the young lady today who had the opportunity and who has maximized that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent answer. So you said you are approved by an accrediting agency. Can you tell me who that is?
Cognia.
Altogether.
Okay, so I've been a lead evaluator for Cognia. I know about the organization. When you, if the board approves your application to be a charter school, what's the next steps as far as community involvement? Letting people know who you are, what you do?
Yeah, I believe, so the next step is to get the rest of our team out here and start to do the work. We actually have interviewed multiple people here on the ground. We plan on bringing nobody from Ohio to staff this school. This school will be wholly staffed with people who are already here. We have an executive director we hope will accept the position upon approval. That is extremely incredible. Wonderful person that I don't want to say too much about, but we plan on hitting the ground running. Community engagement, including stakeholder meetings, going into, we would love district partnerships. You know, just to say, like, if you're having problems with kids and you can't serve them, we do that in Ohio. We have multiple partnerships where we have been able to show also how the accountability of those districts has improved because they can't serve students that need this much attention. The system's not designed that way. So our plan is to sign that lease, get the improvements done so that we can set up an office, a space in the facility, not just when we're out in the community people and families and students can come into and see the process as we're doing it and be a part of that. So this is kind of like this thread that starts to be pulled. If that on approval, we're ready to go. We're ready to hit the ground running, hire the person we've identified to lead the work, to hire other people because we can't come in and tell this person who to hire here. They know, you know, we have to have that autonomy and that local connectivity, which is why we've been out here for a full year. So we have been talking to the community a lot, but like Jerry said, I had a moment in a previous life and organization where I had done a similar work and we were going to go somewhere and then it didn't end up happening and it was extremely devastating to the community. And it wasn't because we it was just something happened. And so for us, we hedged that. And once we get approved, we're going to hit the ground running and be ready to go. And I think that I believe that the reception will be highly favorable because we want to do it the right way. And we've learned a lot of how not to do it. And we've had like bumps along the way or what doesn't work. So we're hoping that we can have a much more seamless kind of opening here than we did, you know, when we first started 7 years ago. We didn't know what was going on as much as we do now.
And Mike has gotten us on the agenda for the Highland Park, Oak Park neighborhood. So we will be in Ward 2 talking to parent groups and all that in March. And I just really want to kind of lift Mike up. We've been here several times. He has taken us around. He has introduced us to partners with the Department of Education, and his organization is just fantastic in getting us to meet the people that we need to. And we're looking for continued support from Mike and his organization to really get out our word to these parents and neighborhoods.
And if I can add, you know, I believe that one of our core competencies is that community development, as evidenced by how we've grown from 5 schools to 10 schools to 17 schools. So opening locations with the boards that we work with, opening satellites, expansion work, that's core competencies that Oakmont has demonstrated. So we have a really good model in place to give you all confidence that we know what we're doing and we can open these schools successfully. But these schools would not open successfully if we didn't develop those partnerships in Ohio. So we have a robust list of partners that Jerry and team have developed over the years, and they trust us. And we plan to do the same exact thing here in Iowa.
Any further questions from the board members?
May I ask how the possible conditions that Janet and her team have put together, how would that impact you? I mean, if we said we approve this with conditions and looking at those conditions, what do you think about that?
Have they seen the conditions?
They've seen the summary. I actually would not, at this point, recommend that there be any conditions. I believe that that is the board has that possibility to approve with conditions. We believe that there's no need for conditions for this particular applicant. And the next step for us would be to dig in and get the contract that the board signs and are ready to go, because that's the next step if approved.
February.
February 8th, yes. Yeah. The other thing I would mention to the applicant that because of the restrictions of the board, that they need to have Iowa residents on their board. So that might be another thing that I would start working on right away.
We've already worked on that. We have a list. We were meeting with people and informing them about what we do and giving them time to talk to other board members that we work with in Ohio. We are also, upon approval, wanting to bring people. We've already been talking to the people, stakeholders we work with in Ohio through the legislature and business partners and our exec team to have people from Iowa come out to see what we're in Ohio as well, to understand. It's not going to look exactly the same because Iowa and Ohio are very different. So the needs are going to be different, and the regional, potentially what is careers are available. But that is also something, that we are going to begin to do as well.
And through Mike, we've made contacts of local Iowans who are interested. Again, didn't want to put the cart before the horse, but they are interested, and we've talked to them briefly about would they be considered.
Including staff at DMAC.
Yeah.
So we are making sure that our board is not just people, but it's people who can contribute to the overall mission of serving our students and providing them the access they need.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion.
I move.
I'd like to move that we approve this charter application.
I guess I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mike and it's been perpetually seconded by Brooke.
Always.
The application for Oakmont Charter School. Any further discussion?
I have one question, John.
Sure.
Is your structure, is Oakmont Education Charter School a nonprofit corporation?
No, the management organization, the schools are all not for profit, but the management organization is a business like Houghton Mifflin or Apple Computers or a regular
So
business.
is that called Oakmont Academic Knowledge?
No, that is a not-for-profit. That's a not-for-profit that gives students scholarships, financial assistance if they have an issue.
But the school itself
The
and the
school
board
is
are
not
not
for
for
profit.
profit.
The board is not for profit. Oakmont works for the board of the school.
Board members and boards hire us to manage the schools. So we hire, train, develop all HR, all marketing, our curriculum, all of that is Oakmont.
You manage charter school.
Correct.
Yes.
We're an education management company.
Which is typical.
Yes.
Yes.
The number one reason charters fail is lack of financial understanding and financial issues. And I've worked at everything from mom and pops to management organizations, CMOs, EMOs, but we are structured as an EMO.
I think Minnesota requires it.
A couple states require management organizations. Ohio is not doing a lot of replication right now without CMO or EMOs, just because of we had issues. I thought that Deputy Director Snow was going to come be our deputy director, and we were really excited. But we've had some issues with smaller organizations, but that's our structure.
Thank you.
Sure.
There are no other questions. I'll call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Aaliyah. You hear us? There she is.
Bye.
I have everything. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. It's a very tight timeline, but we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be good. We've done a lot of the work, so we're ready to go. All right, Jen, I gotta sign that lease. See you later. I gotta sign that.
Okay.
The next empowerment is on their way in, so.
And Janet, no presentations for empowering or the folks afterwards, right?
Welcome.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Well, my name is Janet Boyd. I'm a charter school consultant.
Bill
Whaler, your chief. We have next on the agenda is Empowering Excellence. Their application was received by the deadline, November 1st, 2023, 11:59 p.m. We did include an overview for the applicant, but we would defer when they have their time to speak. We'll let them speak to their target population. We do have in the table 1, we have the grade levels. They're proposing to serve 11th and 12th grade students. They focus on underserved students. And they're proposing to open in the fall, but in the contract, a charter can postpone opening, and that's a part of the contract. The proposed application was fall of 2024. And then they are requesting waivers for 256.11 and 279.10 subsection 1.
Those again.
256.11 is offer and teach educational standards. 279.10 is, I'm looking at my friends over here. I think it's 1080, isn't it? Hours. The hours, yep, it's the 1080 hours. Then I went through the application, the review of the application process, the code citations there. We, of course, review the written application, we conduct an interview, and we have a public forum. Then it talks about that we have reviewers for the department. And then we go into strengths. And so the following items were identified by the department as strengths. A strong connection with students and the ability to re-engage students who have given up. A personalized, flexible educational services focused on what students need and as they need it. So just-in-time services, a committed governing board. Members attended the interview in the public forum. And I will tell you, when we talk about some of these strengths, kind of give you a little bit of a context. They are currently operating a Empowering Youth of Iowa in conjunction with the Cedar Rapids Community School District. So these folks are serving students, that have had issues, that have dropped out. So that's sort of where some of our strengths are coming from. It became apparent that they are serving youth. They have a good understanding of the Iowa standards in Chapter 12. They support community. They've got lots of community support. We had testimonials within the application and also in the public forum. There was a lot of support. The challenges, I will tell you, the first 2 bulleted challenges there have been resolved. So the financial projections, they have worked with us and they have resolved those concerns. But we would mention that they may encounter challenges starting and operating a school separately from the local school district. Starting a school is serious, hard work. So, we know that will be a challenge, sort of starting from scratch, although they have had this, they have a location and they have facilities. So that's one plus, but kind of the rules and regs of starting a school, they will need some support and we will, of course, be there for them. And then the financial resources are always a concern for us. The way that charters are funded can be limiting. So when we had the average reviewer score here, Empowering Excellence had an average of 51.9. which is in with the acceptable range. The interview process, we had a great interview with the applicant. We, of course, used the questions around purposes of a charter and then added some additional questions that came up as we reviewed the application. And that took place November 28th. And then the public forum, we're excited. They had approximately 22 members of the public there at the public forum. It was a really vibrant discussion of what they're proposing to do. They even had folks from the local school district there. So that was we were encouraged by that public forum. And the recommendation that we're making today is we're recommending Empowering Excellence Charter School they received an average score of 51.9 across the required components in Iowa Code 256E. The applicant responded affirmatively to all assurances and whatnot in the application. The applicant did request waivers. The submitted calendar indicates a start date prior to the required August 23rd start date, but legal counsel advises us that an applicant is exempt from Iowa Code 279.10 as far as start date goes. And then it is recommended that the state board approve the charter with or without conditions. And again, the reason we leave the conditions, we put the code citation on the conditions, that's really the board's decision if they feel that the applicant, the condition, we're not recommending any specific condition. So our recommendation is to approve. So today we have with us, I'm going to step aside for them to come up. We have Sarah Swayze.
You raise your hand when you're in. Thank you.
Don Taylor, Dee Swayze, Kayla Kepler, and Linda Kepler. And so we'll let one come up and not. All my stuff out. Come on.
Good afternoon. Before I get into telling you about Empowering Excellence, I want to have Kayla Kepler share with you her experience at Empowering Youth of Iowa, and then I'll go from there. So,
before I started with EYI, which is Empowering Youth of Iowa, I felt very discouraged with school. I didn't feel like I earned a spot to be there. I didn't feel like I could get my schoolwork done. Well, I really couldn't get my schoolwork done. I couldn't focus. I couldn't bring myself to go into schools most days because of anxiety issues and stuff like that. But once I did figure out there was other options and opportunities, my counselor and I discussed EYI, and that definitely changed my life. I did not think I was going to graduate. I did not think I was even going to be where I'm at right now if it wasn't for her and them. EYI has changed me in my education and has grown me to be a better person for myself and for my education, to graduate on time. Pretty much, yeah.
thank you. So, in my history of working at the Cedar Rapids Community School District, I was a teacher for many years. I would see a lot of our minority, low-income students drop out of school and nobody there to catch them. So they were just out with nothing to do. I felt like the district was doing their best, but there had to be more to catch these students because these kids are our future. In addition to that, every kid that drops out of high school puts a $300 and some odd burden on society. We don't want that. We don't want it to be a burden to them, and we don't want it to be a burden to us. So we want to empower these kids. That's why the word empower is so important, because we want to put the power of their education in their hand. So when it came to empowering youth and now hopefully empowering excellence, we're still looking to put the power of education into the student's hand. Because mom can want their education, dad could want their education, I can want their education, but if they don't want their education, they're not going to get their education. So empowering excellence is our next step. When I stepped outside of the Cedar Rapids School District after teaching for so many years, I never gave thought to opening anybody's school. You know, I was going to do this program and this was it. But in doing that, I saw a need. I was only going to start off with 66 students. The first summer, we started off with 120 students. In our 3 years of being open, we have served over 500 and some odd students and graduated a significant amount of those as well. Currently, Empowering Youth of Iowa is serving 98 students. Our contract with the Cedar Rapids School District says we are only to serve 56 students, but we can't. I know we have different rules for the charter school, but as a program, we cannot turn away a kid that wants an education. So with Empowering Excellence, it's based on the same premise as Empowering Youth of Iowa, flexibility. The kids we serve have anxiety. They don't feel comfortable in the bigger schools. We have to give them a smaller environment, a flexible schedule. Many of our kids have to work for a living. They have to help support themselves. It's not fair to punish them because of life situations. It is my belief that with Empowering Youth and Empowering Excellence, that just like we have bad days when we come to work, students have bad days too, and we need to be mindful of that. So we need to be flexible and say, what works for you? Give me your schedule. So with Kayla would tell me, I'm coming in Monday, Miss Swayze, and she'll text me maybe an hour before and say, hey, something came up. I'll be in Tuesday. And I'll say, Kayla, as long as you're here 3 days a week and the rest of the days I can track you on my computer and see that you're working, we're good. And she keeps that bargain. Some days I have to be a little tougher on her, but but the thing about it is with Empowering Excellence, we want to continue to do the same thing we have been successful at. But this time, this is our first year only doing 11 and 12th graders because I saw so many 12th graders coming to us with 2 credits. One student came to us, have been in school all year, and he came with 7 credits and 5 of them were in PE. That can't happen. Somebody has to catch these kids. They have to have a skill. So Empowering Excellence is working in 2 pyramids. One part, the kids are going to do their education. The other requirement for them being a part of Empowering Excellence, they have to do 12 hours of career development every week with some organization that we're partnering with. So when we speak about partners, we got a lot of partners in Empowering Youth that are ready to join us in Empowering Excellence. We have Mercy Hospital who wants to hire our kids, not just train them, but teaching them to be phlebotomists, teaching them to be patient transport people, those kinds of things. We have Kingdom Community who wants to teach them automotive work. We have Tasha's Hair Salon who wants to teach them health, hair care. So we are reaching out to the community because a part of Empowering Excellence is that we believe in partnership. I don't believe that we can do it alone. We don't believe that we can do it alone. It takes a community to raise or educate a child. And I want to embrace the community because there are some things Empowering Excellence cannot do that a community partner will be able to do. And I want to make sure that they feel like they are a welcome part of Empowering Excellence. Not only that, I don't want to compete with the Cedar Rapids Community School District. I want to work with the Cedar Rapids Community School District the same way we're doing with Empowering Youth of Iowa. Because in Cedar Rapids, there are over 600 students missing, not attending anybody's school. We have to reach that 600 kids. We're only asking in our first year for about 70 of those kids so that we can help make a difference in how many kids are actually being dropouts. A large percent of the prison population are made up of kids who dropped out of school. We got to stop that trajectory. That's what Empowering Excellence and Empowering Youth is about. where am I going? I cannot tell you how hard it is to watch kids not believe in themselves. Empowering Youth of Iowa is about building relationships. Empowering Excellence is about building relationship. We don't want to just have a relationship with the student. We want to have a relationship with the parent. We are 24-hour access. Kayla can call me anytime. Any student can call me anytime they want. I'm the only member on Empowering Youth that do this. I won't be on only member for Empowering Excellence, but they have a cell number. If they're stuck on a test, I get up out of bed and I answer that test because I don't want her to give up. And that's what we have to do. We have to be available for these kids. So with Empowering Excellence, we're going to have staff members that's going to rotate so that 24-hour of being able to get in contact with somebody is never going to be a question mark. The other thing is the students are still going to tell me, what days are you wanting to come in? Because I want to work on their schedule. But they do know, and Kayla would tell you, I have expectations. And the first thing I tell them when they interview, I'm nice, but I'm firm. You know, I have expectations. I'm not here in business to help you fall farther behind. So that's one of the things, that's several of the things that we do. As far as our financial piece, we have several investors lined up. Our fundraiser guy has already hit the road soliciting people, but we cannot take anything from them until we figure out what we can do. Also, we were going to apply for the new school grant for $215,000. But once again, we can't apply for anything in the name of Empowering Excellence until we actually get approval to be a charter school. So basically, we are looking at that financial piece. We already have a building. Our building is located at 1800 First Avenue Northeast, suite number 201. We've been there for 2 years now, and that's going to become Empowering Excellence. We're going to stay in that same location until we get too big and have to move to a different location. The public already know who we are. The public already know that we're looking to become a charter school. The school district already know that we're looking to work with them. What that's going to look like, I don't know. Maybe we can work with them as far as partnering with them about their busing service. But we're on a bus line. And because we serve 11th and 12th graders, a lot of our kids drive in away. So we don't really have to worry about that. But if they don't, we also have a van that goes and picks up kids and bring them into the program. We take them on job interviews. We do everything we think we can possibly do as a program, we're going to do as a charter school because we simply want to make these kids, help these kids become successful. Sure.
In a public education setting, relationships is something that you don't talk about. And you probably recall some of your favorite teachers, and they were your favorite teachers because you established a relationship with them and you liked them and you learned more because of that relationship. As you've heard Ms. Swayze present here, you can clearly understand that we are about relationships. We are about relationships with each other. We share a dream. We share a dream with other potential teachers. Can't call them teachers yet because we don't have a school yet. But potential employees, we share a relationship with students. We share relationships with many businesses and organizations in Cedar Rapids to include the school district. And we establish those relationships because we want all of that to be part of the opportunity that we can provide for the kids that come to Empowering Excellence. She talks about the fact that we are shooting for 56, 60, 75, whatever the number is, it's always going to be more. It's always going to be more because between the two of us, we say, they need our help. Let's, it's pretty hard for us to not say, maybe come back next week. No, we can't do that. So We're supposed to have, what, 65 students or something like that right now? We got 98, so we're close. But it's about relationships. And relationships matter in growth, in development. It matters in your life. What have you ever done in your life by yourself? You've always had somebody to work with. We want to provide that somebody to work with kids who have a hard time finding relationships, either by anxiety, by their learning skills, by whatever it is. It's up to us to decide, okay, how can we help this student? Cedar Rapids School District doesn't have the time to say, okay, let's help this student, let's help this student. They will more likely say, let's group these kids together and help them, when in fact, grouping them together may be the problem. We can help them individually, or we can help them in small groups. We have that kind of flexibility. And I truly believe that if you can help people find their learning style and then teach to their learning style instead of having a teaching style and expect them to figure out how to learn from your teaching style, I think that's backwards. We have to help kids understand what their learning style is, and then we can provide it for them. And I think that gives this kind of a situation, this kind of a setting is perfect for that.
Also, one of the things that we're looking to is Empowering Excellence is a competency base. We're looking for them to prove their competency. We're looking to just have our students, and I won't say just, but have our students meet the priority standards of the state of Iowa, because this way we can help those kids get on with their future. Many of them come to us and they are done with school. So we want to give them the tools to say, hey, you have a diploma and now you have the skills to go out and find a job. And that's how we want to do it.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
I entertain questions from board members now.
Are you connecting with, so it sounds like you guys have a really good foundation on prioritizing students and addressing them where they are and meeting the needs of them. In terms of finding jobs for them and kind of working towards those, I hope that you're connecting with Iowa Workforce Development, like Iowa Works, American Job Centers, and, I'm sure Department of Education and any other resources out there to kind of connect and make sure that they're on, if they have a pathway that they want to go down, that they're doing that.
It's like, we're connecting with Goodwill, we're connecting with Iowa Workforce Development, and we're also connecting with, that was what I was going to tell you. It's gone now. I was going to tell you another one. Yeah. Oh, IJAG. We're going to see if we can get involved with IJAG, and Junior Achievement has also come alongside of us. Yeah.
And I would like to point out, for some strange reason, of all the things I've done, I worked for Iowa Workforce. When I retired from being a principal, I worked there for about a year. And so I'm familiar with their approaches and how they identify what the skills of kids are, that sort of stuff, and and help find them jobs. So luckily I have that experience.
So I'm just trying to understand this. So right now you have a program that's up and running.
Mm-hmm.
Now you want to move it to a charter school situation. What are your biggest fears of that movement?
Oh.
Operating school is different.
It's different, I understand. But I would say, I know there's going to be challenges, but I'm going to have a strong board. I already selected a strong board that's aware of the education system and how to run an education program. Also, I have a good supporter who is a superintendent of a school district in Iowa. That's one of our biggest supporters that helped me figure out things when I'm trying to ask questions about running a school. But my main thing is my board and the people that's going to come alongside me, because I'm not just going to stop at my board to help this charter school be successful. I need the community to help us be successful. So I do have some challenges, things I don't know about running a school, but I'm going to depend on my board and those administrative people that are in the school, such as Don, that knows about what it takes to run a school.
Other questions?
Yes, is Empowering Youth of Iowa a separate entity from the charter school?
Yes,
And are they both nonprofits?
they're both nonprofits.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Don, you said you were a principal in Cedar Rapids.
I was a principal, but not in Cedar Rapids. I'm from Cedar Rapids and I grew up in Cedar Rapids, but I spent 34 years in public education and 5 of them were in Cedar Rapids. The rest of them were all small town Iowa, West Branch most specifically.
And another support person is going to be Mike, who we have been working with for the longest. He's one of our biggest supporters that help us along the way. And we plan on continuing this journey with him.
We also have a connection with Mount Mercy and we have some connections with other Kirkwood and places like that.
I have a question for staff. Can you give me the elevator version of these ratings? You know, the last one we just heard, the range was 64 to 75, and this time the range is lower and tighter. If there's the same 48 minus 3 is 45 areas and the scores are 0, 1, 2, can you explain that to me?
I'll give you a little bit of an explanation and then I'm going to kind of look at Barbara and Stacy and see if they can add to that. But one of the issues with the application is we did have some issues with some of the support documentation. And so we had some trouble. We have everything we need now, but originally we had some trouble with finding the appropriate support documentation or different elements of the application. And is there anything either you or Stacy could add to that?
I might say that the floor of the application is 45. The scores are 0, 1, and 2. And so we have 45 items to score. So the floor is 45. That's what you want to see, is at least 45. And that the charter school, if you want to look at their score within, not across. So you don't want to compare their charter school scores across one another. We just want to make sure that they hit that threshold of at least 1 point per item or 45.
Okay, no, I get that. I wasn't trying to compare them. So the range you were giving us is the range of the score?
The range of the reviewers. So the range is the reviewer score range.
And there were 5 per year. 5.
And what's the elevator version of what you were waiting on that you now have?
We needed some resumes. We needed some, there were some staffing, like staff charts and staffing items and, oh gosh, what else?
That's available and you just didn't have.
Finance. We have everything that we need.
Do you want any conditions at all on this?
I don't believe that we need to have conditions on this applicant. I'm gonna look at Stacy.
I mean, wouldn't it be fair to say that if the Department of Ed asks for something, you have the authority to ask and they'd be required to give it, whether that was a condition or not?
That would be true. That would be true of any school in the state of Iowa. Once you authorize, we have.
Those aren't really, when they're listed under potential conditions, you already have that power.
We have the duty to monitor.
Yeah, okay.
And that, I mean, at a later time, if we want, oh, sorry, go on.
No, I just said I have no further questions. Thank you.
If, because we still haven't entered into the contracts with these schools, right? So if we found that we wanted to add conditions when we did that, then we could add the conditions to the contracts, correct?
Yes. We will work with each individual applicant to get their contracts to an acceptable level for the state board to work with.
And we're going to review those, and you said the
February 8th. You have a special meeting February 8th. And also in the contract, there's a required performance framework in that contract.
Okay.
We'll be a part of that. So.
Any other
I
questions?
move approval of the application.
It's been moved by Brian,
Second,
second by Brooke.
accepted.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
This is moment.
Good luck.
I'm like, that's mine. Sure.
Wait a minute, that's not mine. You caught up in the excitement.
That's a however. Ceviche. Thank you very much. RJ.
Sorry.
Travels. Thank you guys again.
Thank you.
Oh, good morning, welcome.
Thank you.
We'll get this together. I think we're still on schedule somewhat, right?
Somewhat.
Yeah. Okay.
Not quite, but somewhat. Go ahead. Are you still Janet?
I'm still Janet Boyce,
Tina.
Charter School.
Always good to ask.
So I have a supporting cast. This applicant is Civica Cedar Rapids. So one of the things I will tell you, we've got applicants that are going to open multiple schools. So this particular applicant, this application is for Cedar Rapids. We can't group them together because they're each an action item. So I always understand that. But that's one of the reasons why we have them separate. And so again, on this summary, we've got, of course, the background. They did apply within the deadline, November 1. The applicant overview, we gave a brief overview, but I will, of course, defer to the applicant because they're here and they will give an overview of their school. We do have Table 1 gives the grade levels, the target population. Cedar Rapids is the proposed location, opening date, 2025, and they have not requested any waivers. And then I will tell you, when we put grade levels on this, often the grade levels are, sometimes they bring grade levels in gradually. So the application will, give that information. Again, we've got the application review process. Then we talk about the review process again, and here's the strengths. So we found the following strengths: a strong commitment to making community connections, a focus on giving back to the community, an understanding of charter budgets as demonstrated by their submitted comprehensive budget, and documented success in operating successful charter schools in Florida, Colorado, and Nevada. So this particular charter has a charter management organization. So they've got documented success. The challenges at this time, we still need to see some community support, concerns about the number of students that would be interested in this school. We didn't see any evidence that families are looking to enroll in this charter school. And then facilities, of course, are always, and I know that as with all the charter applicants, I know that they're working on facilities, but that would be a bit of a barrier. Their reviewer score was 51.2. Their range was 52 to 59. We, of course, had an interview with them. And that's all outlined in table 2. And the questions were based on the 256E purposes and then any other questions that we had after looking at their application. They had public forum. The public forum, unfortunately, for Cedar Rapids was at the Cedar Rapids Library. And unfortunately, we did not have any public attend the public forum. At this particular charter, I also included, we asked the charter to let us know where they advertise the public forum. So that information is also here in table 4. Our recommendation is that Civica Cedar Rapids Elementary Charter School, they received an average score of 51.2 across the required components in Iowa Code 256E. The applicant responded affirmatively to all the assurances and conditions in the charter school application. The applicant did not request for waivers. The submitted calendar indicates a start date prior to the required August 23rd date. Legal counsel advises us the applicant is exempt from the Iowa Code 279.10 subsection 1. It is recommended that the state board approve the charter school with or without conditions. We are actually recommending without, that there be no conditions imposed. And again, there's the information on if the board chooses to impose a condition, that's the code reference. So.
With the start date of being August of 2025, how does that work in our world? So
That is defined in the contract. So 256E talks about that, the ability to postpone opening by a year. And that's done in the contract. And I actually probably not gonna be able to find it now, of course, but I brought code down and it's outlined in code. And then we have folks with us. So we have Frankie Mestra. Am I saying that right?
Mestre.
And then we have Graciela Carbosa.
You're good. Carbosa. You're good.
Carbosa. And they represent. So, Bob? Did you folks have
A presentation,
do you
yeah.
have
It's under, I'm logged in. Should be Frankie Mestre. And I could go on. And then I'll be here for a while. so.
Yes, Steve. Steve hears us. Like promote you to participant. Here's Steve.
Steve, are you there?
While we're waiting,
Yes,
Janet.
yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I stepped out briefly. What can I do for you?
Question about the,
Can you promote Frankie Mainstra?
Got it.
Thank you.
sorry, just a quick question about the waivers, and this is not specific to you guys, just didn't ask for any waivers. Would it be possible for them to, as they get into it and get rolling and they realize, well, maybe we should have asked for some waivers between now and that time that they actually start, when they're actually held accountable for those things?
They can, with the new chapter 19, I think you guys recall that chapter 19 was pretty restrictive on changing the contract. The new chapter 19 allows for charters to change their contract a little more. Yes, best word I can think of is easily. So yes, they could.
So this is just like an amendment to the contract or like a,
Yeah,
But it's-
it'll come back. My understanding, and you guys
Neutral.
help me if
Yeah.
it comes back to the board, right? It has to come back before the board, but it's not, it used to read that you had to reapply. And it will be under the new chapter 19.
they can just amend it. Okay.
That's,
Board approval.
yeah.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Graciela Carvajosa. And I'm here with Frankie Mestre, and we're here to talk to you guys about our school. I come on behalf of the Civica Foundation Network, and what we try to do is go into communities and meet the needs of the communities through the education opportunities that we offer. And we are right now, the flagship school is in Hialeah, Florida, and we have currently a school in Nevada and another school in Colorado. But I could sit here and talk to you guys about it. And I think that, visuals help, get the message across. So with that being said, here's a little brief video of what our network is about.
leaders. Civica's mission is to set an environment that strives for academic achievement, character development, and maintains the goal of preparing students to serve and give back to their community in the field of public service. With 3 campuses throughout the country, Civica's vision of providing career-oriented education to learners is becoming a reality. Cohia, Civica's founding school, is a 6th through 12th grade charter school located in Hialeah, Florida. It offers 7 robust career academies that prepare students for a successful future in the fields of nursing, first responder, mass communications, criminal justice, law, and firefighting. Civica Academy in Milliken, Colorado, serves young adults in grades 6 through 12. Their curriculum centers around career development, public service, and college and career readiness. Their academies include health services, business and information systems, and industry and manufacturing. Civica Academy in North Las Vegas, Nevada provides a seamless transition from elementary, middle school, high school, and then college. This gives students the opportunities to plan their career goals, including law, firefighting, and criminal justice, with the long-term support and guidance from faculty and staff. Student learning is a priority, and Civica Network's purpose is to achieve the highest level of educational development for each and every one of its students. This is the Civica way. Welcome to the
So as you guys saw, a couple things. First of all, a little bit about why I'm here. I began at Cohia, the flagship school, 14 years ago. And I've grown within the school. And right now I started off as a teacher. I am now one of the assistant principals there. And in those 14 years, I've seen that Cohia has blossomed and become a pillar of the community, to the point where we have local or public service organizations like the local firefighting for the city of Hialeah and the first responders, as well as 911 dispatching offices. They come to us for their new hires. So they come to us to look for certified graduates to fill their openings. And the same way that we were able to do that in Hialeah, that is our goal when we come into these communities, the support. If you notice the schools, these CTE pathways, none of the schools have the same ones. And the reason for that is that we listen to what are the needs of the community, where can we support, where can we help? And it's not cookie cutter because we're here to meet the needs and build the foundation for the students to be able to give back to their community. Not think that they have to go elsewhere to, what's it called, have an economic opportunity. They want to stay where they were raised and give back to the community that, they grew up in. So our timeline is to open in August 2025. We feel that is a realistic timeline to be able to get the knowledge and get to know the community, to be able to tailor our school to meet the needs of the community. So with that being said, we're going to do it gradually. We're going to start with grades K through 3. Then subsequently, year 2, we're going to add grade 4th. And year 3, we're going to add grade 5. So again, we're trying to make sometimes it's more about quality than quantity. So rather than just starting off right away and starting off with all the grades, we want to give ourselves time to do it right, to do right by the citizens of Cedar Rapids. So as we said, we try to focus on preparing the kids for life after their education. And you're probably asking yourselves, we're proposing elementary school. What does that look like in an elementary setting? So for the elementary setting, our goal is to build a strong foundation so that when the kids get into middle school and high school, they begin with the end in mind, right? They're focused on what the ultimate goal is. And so by doing that, we've learned that the students continue being engaged and they continue being interested in finishing, graduating high school with certifications, and even pursuing post-secondary academic endeavors. So we are proposing the academy for the elementary school. It will be a leadership and STEAM academy. Why these two? Because we want to build their character. We want them to have the solid foundation that will lay the groundwork for the hard skills that they will be learning once they get into secondary institutions. The soft skills, we're going to perpetuate them through our Leader in Me program. And the Leader in Me program is teaching the 7 habits of highly effective people. It's kind of like the see, do, get cycle. You change the way you see things through the shift in paradigms. You change the way you behave through changing the habits. And therefore, you're going to get the results that you would like. So imagine students are starting off in elementary school already with that foundation that in the corporate world, we have a lot of the new hires are just getting certification when they get into corporate world. Our kids are in elementary will already have that foundation. The other one would be, Frankie, next slide, would be STEM or STEAM. STEM and STEAM, it's building basically it's changing the way that they deal with problems and challenges. Okay, when we were growing up, a lot of times we had to memorize dates in history classes. We had to memorize all this information. The reality is that nowadays kids can just Google it, right? The information is at their fingertips. So what our job as educators is to give them the tools to know how to manage that information, how to use the resources that they reach to solve the problems. Give them the opportunity to work in cooperative groups. Give them the opportunity to have student-led organizations, the opportunities to have student-led class assignments. Again, empowering their voice, giving them the habits, empowering their voice, teaching them the skills to manage resources and information, to solve and think critically. That is what we want to do, starting at the elementary level. And once you build that fire in them for education and for growth, it's going to be hard for them to not want to continue in that path once they get to secondary, so middle school and high school. Okay, so do you have any questions for us?
Oh, we'll have some questions.
Yes.
So one of the habits is to begin with the end in mind.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What's the end in mind here?
For the school, the end in mind is, like we said, we want to build the foundation for the students to be able to apply those habits outside of just the school, for them to be lifelong learners, to be goal-oriented individuals, and to give back to their community. And yes.
Are you planning on this just being a K-5 school forever?
So right now we're looking at a partnership with one of the other charter groups that you're going to be hearing later, Quest Forward, that are looking at the 6-12 piece, and based off of Civica's experience in that 6-12 piece, really knowing what is needed in the elementary level for success later, is why they were looking to bring the elementary over here to Iowa.
You guys aren't in the elementary right now, are you?
Yeah, in the Nevada school.
Yes.
Nevada school.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. I've got other questions, but I'll defer to the board members.
Okay.
I've got a few questions. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll just wait.
Go ahead, Mike.
You're up, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay. So how do you decide on kids? The family brings their child to you and says, sign our kid up. You take the kid?
It's an application process.
Okay.
Sorry. Or did you want to finish your?
No, well, maybe have you answer that, or I'll give you a couple other questions to think about too. But yeah, I'd be curious how you decide who is admitted to your school.
Yeah, so we can't pick and choose what students attend our school. There's an application process where there's an open lottery. We have open enrollment dates, and parents that apply during those open enrollment dates go to a lottery. So If there are more applications than seats available, then the school will hold the lottery. If there are less applications than seats available at that time, then all students will receive an invite to choose to go to the school. At that point, they still have to confirm that they want to go to the school and enroll within the school. But no, we do not pick and choose which students are enrolled in the school.
It's a public school.
It's a public.
Yeah, do you have a threshold level then? I mean, how many seats are available for kindergarten? Let's say, do you have 25 seats or 50 seats? How many do you have?
I can't answer that question with 100% certainty right now. It's all going to depend on the location and the facility that we find and how much space is given to us based off that facility. But we'd like to have around 100 students per grade level, ideally, but it could be anywhere from 50 to 100.
Okay, so how do you vet your employees? I mean, in Iowa, it's important that the people that we employ in the public school system are qualified and they have been vetted completely. How do you do that?
We have to follow the same laws that the Iowa public schools have. So all our teachers will need to be Iowa certified and have their Iowa teaching license, as well as our principal.
And so could you tell me just, again, loosely, how your classroom would look differently than another kindergarten classroom or a first grade classroom? How would it be different than a public school classroom?
The foundations that we mentioned at the beginning, those are going to be evident in all the classrooms. And when it comes to discipline, when it comes to to what the instruction that is given, it all goes tied back to that idea of creating those skills, of instilling those habits in the students. That's what we plan to do. So it's that focus on instilling those habits, creating those soft skills in our students as early as we can.
Other questions?
So is this, you guys, are you the management group for the nonprofit school? Is that how this works?
Civica is the nonprofit group. I work with Academica, who's the educational service provider for Civica.
And that's for profit.
Yes, we are a company just like you have your staff that does all the legwork and helps you guys provide recommendations. Academica, we work the same way. We're the nonprofits board staff that they hire so that we could allow the school to do what they're best in, which is providing the academics while we take care of the back of the office support, just like any other company.
Yes. And then the network, it's a group of administrators and leaders from all the different schools, and we work together to support each other for professional development purposes, as well as to help build those partnerships in the local communities to support the goal of the school.
Are you required to do Iowa assessments? Are you required to do Iowa assessments?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
We're a public school, so we're required to do the same assessments.
Okay.
How do you get from today to 100 students per grade level K-5?
We start by going into the communities, have meetings with community members, having information sessions with families, going to where the families are. Again, it's gonna take time, right? We're gonna have to show the community what our school is about, get the buy-in from the community, and that may take a year or two of being open and families really seeing what the school is about. And that's not anything that we're not used to. So we're prepared for that. But it takes, and Ms. Carvajosa could talk about it, it just takes time of being with families and them being part of the school and the culture.
Yes.
If I'm a parent, excuse me, if I'm a parent in the, in the Cedar Rapids Community School District, tell me what you're going to do. I mean, I heard your comments before and they're all great, but how do I mean, I think some of the things you're going to do, I would suspect Cedar Rapids Community School District says they do. You know, and maybe it's a question of scale and emphasis, whatever. What do you have to tell me as a parent in that city why my student K-5 would be better off at your school?
Because we have a proven record of what has worked in other communities. And the idea is that we listen to what the needs are of that community. And so when we are conducting these forums, when we are conducting these meetings where we're listening to the parent, we want to hear what the parents' concerns are and take the parent's voice and the parent's feedback into account. And when we start developing what these eventual, what the academies will look like. That is what we have learned, and that is what sets us apart. And that is what that is what we want to do. We want to listen to the needs of the community. We want to meet the needs of the community. So when a parent comes to me, that's what we're going to tell them. We want you to be as big a part of a process as the teacher is. It takes a village to raise a child. And we want to create that partnership, and we want to make sure that you are a part of that process, and we will listen to you and your voice will matter. And that's what we will tell parents.
If you walk across any of the Civica schools, you'll see the principals wandering the hall. You won't see them in their office, calling the students by name, talking to students, talking to the teachers throughout the whole day. So it really becomes a pillar of the community and part of a family.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, the school where my grandchildren go, 300 kids, the principal knows every kid by name and knows their parents. And no, I that's very effective. Do you I mean, was there anything happening in Florida, Colorado, or Nevada that maybe was an issue locally that helped you differentiate yourself? Or is it like going to Cedar Rapids where schools are very good?
I'm trying to understand the question.
What I'm saying
I'll give you an example of how we have. I'll give you an example of how, like in other communities, how we've listened and how we've. Well, in Hialeah, it was the graduation rate, and so that it was in the, I believe it was in like the 60s when we first started 15 years ago, and our graduation rate at our school has gradually progressed, and now it's in the 90s. So we knew that was something that they needed. Something else that came up, again, listening to what the parents had to say, what the community had to say, was that a lot of them were first generation, not only college graduates, but high school graduates. So we learned quickly that it was about not only the parents were not supporting the students, not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't have the knowledge to be able to support them. So we included also programs where we invited the parents into the school, and we gave the parents the tools to be able to support their child. So that's an example of how we started in a community, we saw what their needs were, and then we molded to the needs of that particular community.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, we understand what our role is. We're a school of choice, and we know that, which means that just because Cedar Rapids has great schools, what's going on in those schools may not reach every single child. And so we're just our goal is to provide the parents of Cedar Rapids another choice of where they could send their child, where we may connect with them so that they could become lifelong learners.
Sure, and that's a noble thing. I guess to get my last question is to get more drilled down to K-5. Do you do preliminary? I mean, have you identified through survey or otherwise any needs at K-5 that gives you a base to draw from in Cedar Rapids, or does that happen after this?
We have done preliminary surveys to see that there is an educational need within the K-5 grade levels for Cedar Rapids. But as we continue doing our facility search and we see where within Cedar Rapids, the facility will be, then we'll dig deeper and see what the needs of that specific area of Cedar Rapids will be.
Thank you.
You said your only other K-5 facility is in Nevada?
Yes.
Correct.
Do you have data comparing K-5 achievements
There you go.
to other public schools in that area, you know, in terms of comparing and contrasting?
Yeah, I mean, I can, we can look for them for.
I don't expect you to have it off.
Right now, I don't have it right now, but yes, well, we would, yes.
Okay.
We have, we work, we're very, we put a big emphasis on data, on data to guide instruction and to be able to differentiate and provide the instruction that the kids need. And so network wide, we do, not only is it the state assessments, but we also have iReady and other tools that we use to monitor the progress of the students and compare it to, you know, what the averages are and all of that. So we definitely keep a close eye on the progress and the performance of the kids.
I think Nathan's question is excellent, and that is, do you have comparative data? You say you are an exceptional school, that you had exceptional results, but you haven't shown us that. You've told us about it, but I don't know that that's true. So I think when you make these presentations, just a suggestion, show us that comparative data. Show how you are doing compared to the other public schools. Let's look at your growth rate of your students. So that's something I'd like to know. And I'd like to know it before I vote. Obviously, I'm not going to do that today. We're not going to have that. But I think that's important.
We'll definitely, you know, provide it as needed.
Thank you.
Why Cedar Rapids from the other schools? So, and why, you know, I mean, I think there was another application for Des Moines as well, so.
Yeah. So just looking and working with Mike at the coalition, taking a look at the landscape of Iowa, trying to figure out where the needs are of Cedar Rapids. We just saw that there was a need, and with a lot of the industries that are within Cedar Rapids, we saw that it was a good fit for our model to go into that area.
I can add to that if you.
Oh, sure, yeah.
You want. I mean, there's last year, well, over 1,500 students who open enrolled out of Cedar Rapids Community Schools. In Des Moines, it's over 2,000. So to board member, I believe May's point, there's data on the current schools and how that may be comparative, right? And if you look at the south and central parts of Cedar Rapids, there's multiple schools that have been rated below acceptable by the state of Iowa multiple years in a row. Cleveland, Garfield, Johnson Steam Academy, right? I could go on. So that's part of the reason parents are choosing to open enroll. There's other reasons too. Every family makes their own choice, right? So as these, and I say that the groups that you'll see next, similarly, that are coming to Des Moines, I've worked with them to identify communities that have the lowest performing schools where there would be the highest likelihood of parents looking for a choice, if that makes sense. And for Cedar Rapids, which is what this particular half hour is for, that's mostly on the south side of the central corridor. If you go up 380, you can look at in my office, I have a map of all of these cities and color coded by the school performance. And it tracks, and this is not a shocker to people who are in the industry, it tracks the income of the communities. So you can overlay, and I've done this in Des Moines, we could do it in Cedar Rapids. You take the food pantry service areas, you lay it on top of school performance, it's the same. The Venn diagram is fully colored. It's the same middle, patch, right? So that's the data that I've used in working with them to say, okay, hey, here's where I think that we should be. And now about finding that location, they have a teammate that is literally going right now.
As we speak.
A building on the northeast side of Des Moines, right, that would serve a whole bunch of students in that area that, some of those schools have been rated below acceptable 6 years in a row. And that's all I can get out of the archive, right? Probably goes further back than that. So we're looking to serve the students that are, that do not have another option that is rated acceptable by the state of Iowa. Is the easiest way to answer that, both in, I won't be here for the later ones, that's why I'm giving you a little bit extra, but similar to their application in Des Moines, it is the exact same. So the comparative data, we're starting with a very low bar. I don't mean to be, a jerk about that, but we're starting at the lowest bar.
So that kind of answers my second question about, the targeted population. So it sounds like there is kind of a targeted population. How are you addressing, because that targeted population might come with additional barriers? Do you have access, charter schools, I probably should notice, to transportation, and how would you address barriers those students might be facing if they're in those kind of target populations and might have barriers to education?
They,
I don't believe you guys are providing transportation, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. And they're not required to, like public schools are, where they have the 2 and 3 mile bubble. Charter schools elect whether or not to provide transportation.
thank you.
Yeah, so, but obviously we would work with families to try and find solutions that would potentially work. Obviously, depending on where the facility is, there may be public transport that's nearby, but once a lot of this revolves around where the actual facility is.
They're eligible for lunch programs too.
Yeah,
They have
we do have-
apply. There's a process, and we work with the food nutrition folks here.
Yeah, we would
and
be
help
part of
them.
NSLP, and we're used to serving high minority, low economic status students. So we're used to providing the resources needed for all kinds of students.
Mike, you said you weren't going to be here like after lunch.
Yeah.
I'll just pose this question now then, because it kind of touches on your Des Moines application. Oakmont said they were going to be building on the north side of Des Moines as well. I haven't gone to school there, graduated from school there. I know that there's a need in that community specifically in Des Moines as a whole. But my question is, at what point, not suggesting that we're reaching that, but is there a point that we're going to reach critical mass where there's got to be too many charter schools? How do we know we're getting there? Or is this more of like a if you build it, they will come type of scenario?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, so in all the states that have a charter schools, there's a statewide association. I view it as their responsibility to sort of, help shepherd that and set up a healthy market, right? So we have the benefit where we're almost starting from scratch, right? So Horizon Science Academy is sort of in the central part of Des Moines. So that's why, now, you brought up Oakmont, they're serving a totally different audience because they're getting kids that are, credit recovery dropped out already. So they hope to also have the campus on the south side because there's over 2,000, opportunity youth. So that is a different audience than they will serve, but that's also the intentionality of looking at both the heat map of where is the need educationally, and then finding those facilities to say, okay, well, we're going to stretch you out over here on the northeast side, and then the group you'll hear from last, Scholarship Prep, is right now while we speak at a meeting with the contractor, and they're located on the south side. And so to completely diversify around the city. And I'll do the same, in the city of Cedar Rapids, Sioux City, you name it. And I get calls, usually about once a week from people around the state in different rural communities too, of like, hey, we're, exploring this option. So it's a public process. I'll work with every, person who's interested in that the same way. But I also give them very clear data about the community that they're in, if they need it, right? And what the viability looks like, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
Yeah, even though right now we're coming from out of state, our goal is to be part of Iowa. So, we have certain things that we know will help the school be successful, but at the end of the day, this is an Iowa public school. And like Ms. Carvajosa said earlier, we don't do anything cookie cutter. So we're here to be part of Iowa, not to bring something from out of state and make it an eyesore to the community.
One other thing I'll add, again, since I'm not going to be here for all of them, is I've intentionally tried to partner with K-12 groups here at the outset. Now, Horizon Science Academy came before I made the coalition in July, but I'm glad they have that model. Because I think you have to look for school models that fit your community, right? Most of our state is rural. My wife is from middle of nowhere, South Central Iowa, valedictorian of class of 13. Her school is unfortunately closed now, but it was a K-12 model. Like there's hundreds of thousands, probably millions of Iowans that have a K-12 experience. They didn't transition from one building to another. They weren't warehoused with 2,200 other kids in a high school, right? I don't fundamentally believe we have to do that in American education, where we have 38 elementary schools in Des Moines and 5 comprehensive high schools. We care to give them a very individualized experience when they're 6 and 8, but then when they're 18, it's kind of go figure it out in this big building.
Okay.
So that's my soapbox, but
Yeah. I'm gonna take you off your soapbox, but your insight's been very helpful, yeah.
And that's a fairly intentional.
Okay. I want to redirect any other questions we have for, how do you pronounce Civica?
Civica. So
Civica.
being part of
Civic
civics,
Academy,
being
yeah.
part of the community.
Yes.
Other questions for Civica?
Yeah, that's very cool.
John, I do have a process question. I'm assuming the model that you're proposing for Cedar Rapids is the same model you're proposing for Des Moines.
Correct.
Yes.
So I understand we have to approve or consider the applications separately. Do we want to consider Des Moines as well before we break for lunch?
I think we need to break to lunch, and I think the process for Des Moines can be more expedient.
Okay.
John, if there are no more questions, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application.
Okay, it's been moved to approve. By
Second.
Mary.
You're pointing to me, right? It's second. I'm the seconder. Thank you. Thank you for putting me in my place.
Second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Break for lunch. We'll be back.
We'll see you after lunch.
Oh, so they're gonna come back after?
Yes.
105.
So you're at, yeah, okay.
First item we're gonna do is the director's report, and then we'll get to the next. You guys can sit.
Thank you, President Robbins and Vice President Axiotis and all members of the state board. Again, and as always, thanks to each of you for your service on this critical board. Given our very full agenda, I will work to keep my report brief. But to begin, I know that each of the board members' hearts remain with the family and loved ones of Amir Joleth as he is laid to rest today. Most fun, and thank you earlier for the moment of silence and with the Harry ribbons. And our most fundamental commitment to students, families, and teachers is to ensure their safety at school. So this Monday, Governor Reynolds signed a disaster proclamation that authorized the use and deployment of all available state resources, supplies, equipment, and materials to support both the Perry community and Dallas County in their response and recovery efforts. And we at the Department of Education continue to work closely with our local partners and with Superintendent Wicks and his team in particular, as well as our state partners at Health and Human Services, Public Safety, and Homeland Security and Emergency Management, including daily coordinating calls as we all work together to support the community as they grieve and as they respond to this tragedy. These supports include law enforcement, medical, mental health, and school safety supports in the month ahead. We are also working with the U.S. Department of Education on recovery supports, including supports to restore the learning environment. And I know in conversation with each of you that the board stands ready to support the Perry community in any possible way now and in the future. I also wanted to provide a brief update on our visits and consultation. We have completed visits, I have completed visits to all AEA and superintendent's regions with Keystone, Mississippi Bend, and Green Hills visits most recently. During those conversations, we've continued to discuss our 4 statewide priorities, which you are very familiar with. The first of which is supporting a strong teacher pipeline through recruitment and retention. The second of which is strengthening early literacy and evidence-based reading instruction. Thirdly, narrowing and closing achievement gaps, especially those experienced by students with disabilities. And finally, empowering students with multiple pathways to post-secondary success. And also in all 9 superintendents meetings over December and January, we've conducted initial consultation on proposed changes to Iowa's state accountability plan, meeting both federal and state requirements. And we'll dig into that a little later on in the agenda. But from a process standpoint, we've had conversation directly with every superintendent across the state, as well as the Education Association, executive directors, the AEA chiefs, almost 400 curriculum directors and more, but I'll save additional information for that agenda item. And also we've engaged in visits in ACO, Clinton, and Durant, where I had the opportunity again to see some evidence-based literacy instruction, based on science of reading, as well as some innovative work-based learning efforts. And then finally, as you all know, with alignment, we are now inclusive of ISD and IESBVI. They are launching their superintendent search in the coming weeks and months. And we met with a couple of different groups of faculty and staff to answer questions about alignment as well as the superintendent search. And then I also just want to touch base briefly on, of course, the governor's condition of the state address, which occurred earlier this week. And in her condition of the state address, the budget and the introduced legislation, this week, Governor Reynolds outlined key legislative and policy actions to advance each of those 4 priorities that we've been discussing with all superintendents. So again, supporting a strong teacher pipeline through recruitment and retention efforts, specifically through raising the starting salary for all teachers to $50,000, regardless of school size or location, and raising the salary for all teachers with 12 or more years of experience to at least $62,000, and funding these teacher salary increases with a $96 million investment of new funds and new investment. And then finally, also the creation of a $10 million new teacher incentive fund to celebrate those teachers who have the greatest impact on student learning. And then within strengthening early literacy and evidence-based reading instruction, we've talked at length about the department's investment of over $9 million in LETRS professional development, so science of reading-based professional development, and extending that opportunity to over 6,600 educators at no cost to the district, to the school, or to the educators themselves. And as we continue to work to improve literacy achievement and close literacy gaps, Governor Reynolds also discussed introducing legislation to support personalized reading plans for students who are not on track to be proficient readers, provide parents information about retention for students who are not on track to be proficient readers, require teacher preparation programs to include the foundations or to demonstrate competency in literacy instruction. And also to incorporate that within teacher licensure, which are also critical roles for the board who sets the rules for teacher preparation programs and of course accredits teacher preparation programs. And then thirdly, around narrowing and closing achievement gaps experienced by students with disabilities. We've talked about this as the board, as well as we'll have some additional data presented later on today as a part of the accountability presentation about the significant achievement gaps experienced among students with disabilities in the state of Iowa. And Governor Reynolds introduced legislation to empower local school boards and districts with control over 100% of their special education funds, including the ability to choose to receive directly all special education funded funding generated by their student enrollment to contract a portion of special education funding with an AEA or choose to fully opt in to the AEA system, sending all of those funds generated and in partnership with the AEA. And then finally, empowering students with multiple pathways to post-secondary success. Just earlier today, the department released a new grant program called Credentials to Careers, which provides the opportunity for students to earn credentials with labor market value in high demand careers, including those in health sciences, information technology, construction, manufacturing, child development, culinary and business. And then also we look forward to in the coming weeks releasing a grant competition to support students in attaining their Child Development Associate or CDA to help grow our child care workforce. So we're excited about all of the work to move forward these set priorities in partnership with the board. And then finally, just internally, she stepped out, but I'd like to introduce our new COO, Dr. Deborah Elder. And Deborah she's been in the corner in the purple, but Deborah's career has spanned serving as an elementary teacher, the executive director of innovation, and a CAO in a large school district, an interim superintendent, a teacher preparation program educator. So we're excited to have her diverse skills and experiences on the team. Also
replacing Shannon.
Mark Ford. Mark Ford previously held that role. And then the department has officially launched its new website yesterday, educate.iowa.gov, which incorporates the aligned entities of Iowa College Aid and the Board of Educational Examiners. And then the Governor's STEM Advisory Council's website will be aligning with that new website over the next several months. And then finally, I just want to draw attention to the department's holiday season annual silent auction, in which the department raised nearly $7,000 for the Food Bank of Iowa. And this is the largest donation that has ever been presented on behalf of the department team. So we again thank everybody for their generosity.
Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or anything I can help respond to?
It's like there's never a dull moment.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, still doing it.
Tina, yeah. This is Civica Des Moines. So this is their application for the Des Moines area school. And the background, they did submit a timely application by November 1, 2023. They're here to explain their concept. It's the same, Civica Des Moines is the same K-5, same target population, no waivers requested. Application process, of course, the same. Strengths, a strong commitment in making community connections, a focus on giving back to the community, an understanding of charter budgets as demonstrated in their submitted comprehensive budget, documented success in operating successful charters in Florida, Colorado, and Nevada. Then challenges, of course, again, it's community. We were concerned what kind of enrollment might be interested in this type of school. So their average score was 49.8 with a range of 52 to 59. There is a slight error under interview process. I had a bit of a change in some of the documents that we were including, and I have in there that there's a summary of the interview questions and an appendix that we have that information if you want it, but that's inaccurate. You don't have an appendix. We've got the personal interview information. We basically did the interviews in conjunction. So for both locations, we did one interview. Then, of course, that information is summarized in the document too, if the board members would need that. Then they did have a public forum. There were 0. Their public forum for this location was, of course, in Des Moines at the Franklin Junior High building. And then they did advertise appropriately as we had requested, so I have that information to report. Our recommendation is Seneca Des Moines Elementary Charter School received an average score of 49.8 across the required components in Iowa Code 56E. The applicant responded affirmatively to all of the assurances and conditions in the charter school application. The applicant did not request any waivers. The submitted calendar indicates a start date prior to the required August 23 date, but legal counsel advises us the applicant is exempt from Iowa Code 279.10 subsection 1. It is recommended that the state board approve the charter with or without conditions. And again, we don't have any conditions for this particular applicant that we would recommend.
Okay.
And we still have Frankie and Graciela here. Someone have to look something up. Answer any questions about this app?
First question I have is difference between Des Moines and Cedar Rapids as far as this particular charter school.
Again, like we said, it's looking at what the needs of the community are, and we're gonna be beginning that process to tailor it to the needs of the community. So right now, with what we're proposing, it's a model of what would be the foundation, then from there expand and meet the needs of the community.
Yeah, so the leadership, the STEAM components would be the same, but how we make it relevant to that community, how we build the STEAM to what's going on in Des Moines, the job opportunities that are in Des Moines will be different than what's in Cedar Rapids, because obviously they have different needs in those aspects, and being able to engage students on those kind of jobs.
Jobs at K-5 level.
But we're going to introduce what the pillars are, what are the jobs that are in the community to start getting them excited through career days at school or field trips, stuff like that. So that provides the engagement so that when they start going into the middle and high school grade levels, wherever they are, they have an idea potentially of what they want to do.
Do you intend to partner with Quest?
Forward for to have a full K-12 concept.
An education service provider. Bring those to them.
Did I read in the documentation that you were supposed to be in an interview that you're accredited by Cognia?
I'm sorry, that what?
Yeah, your current schools are accredited by Cognia and they're going through network accreditation right now.
The requirement for Cognia is that they have to be in operation a certain number of years before you can pursue accreditation, and there has to be a certain number of schools within the network pursue network accreditation. So Cohia, which is the flagship school, we've been accredited, we've renewed several times, and we're also, our STEM program is certified through Cognia as well. And now we're actually going through the process of becoming the network becoming accredited. We have our candidacy review coming up in April, and then by the end of the calendar year, our goal is to be accredited network-wide. So any schools that are approved would fall under that accreditation moving forward.
In Iowa, that Cognia would not be recognized for this school as far as accreditation, because that belongs to the state. Public schools in Iowa are accredited by the state, not by another organization. So just an FYI. Who are you
Can you talk
working
to me
with?
just a little bit about, I'm sorry, John.
Go ahead, Mike.
Just a question about class sizes. Do you have a sense of what is the optimum size of a class? What's too big? What's too little? At what point wouldn't you not do a class because you don't have enough kids? I mean, how does that work?
Well, definitely we're looking in depending on the grade level, that will determine class size. Secondary classrooms tend to be a little bit larger, and then for elementary, it's going to be smaller in the low 20s.
Anywhere between 18 to 22 students in a class.
For the elementary.
Okay. In the elementary grades, even as low as kindergarten, you'd have 18 students. That would be kind of the max, and then you would look at 2 classes.
Correct.
Thank you.
I think they said 18 to 22, Mike.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Other questions?
I'm curious too, just about how this works. I mean, if you don't get a certain number of kids signed up, would you just defer for another year, or what would you do? If we had 10 kids sign up for every class that you're offering, what would you do?
That's a question of adapting the budget and making the best decision for the kids who are applying. Are we going to be able to provide, the quality that they need with the amount of students that enrolled in terms of funding? And that would be the decision at that point. But our goal is that's why we created the timeline where we're giving ourselves enough time to be able to meet the needs and the goals that we have set at this time.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, John, I would move that we approve the request for Civica Des Moines Elementary Charter School.
It's been moved by Cindy,
I'll second.
Thank you.
second by Nathan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your support. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies, for your support. Appreciate it.
Can I get access again? I have the Quest Forward presentations as well.
Okay. Steve?
Yes. Yes, who am I looking for?
Frankie's gonna work with
sorry.
Quest Forward too. He's gonna work with Quest Forward with their presentation.
No problem.
Can he have access again? He's the educator service provider for
There we go.
both applicants. I thought it was Cedar Rapids was first. Apologies.
Welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Again, Janet Boyd. Department of Ed, and Quest Forward is our next applicant. Quest Forward, this is the Cedar Rapids application. So Quest Forward, like Civica, will have, they are applying for both locations in Cedar Rapids and Des Moines. We're going to start with Cedar Rapids. They, of course, had appropriately submitted application by November 1.
Janet, can you introduce the people that are?
Okay, sure. Yeah. Go back.
Raise your hand once you say.
Catherine Fuente, is that right? Jeff Scarborough, Charter Development, Mike Brown, Director of Quest, he's the Director of Quest Forward in Omaha. And then Frankie is here. Academica is the educational service provider for this applicant also.
Thank you.
The overview, we'll let them give their overview of this application, but they are proposing a 6-12 grade span. And they are requesting an opening date of 2025. So, and then of course, as we talked about, that will be a part of the contract. The opening date will be noted in the contract. They're requesting no waivers. Then as with all the other summaries, the code and the process are all outlined. The strengths that we noted about Quest Forward Cedar Rapids is they have a strong understanding of MTSS and how to use data to inform instruction. We're really impressed with their knowledge of multi-tier system of support. They have a commitment to active learning through skills forward focus and designing lessons with effective feedback. An understanding of charter budgets. The submitted budget was very detailed and comprehensive and documented the success of Academica, operating successful charters. And I've got in here Florida, but they also have a school which is not a charter school, but in Omaha, they have what we would consider a non-public school that Quest Forward operates. And I think I'm missing another location.
There's one, Santa Rosa, California.
Santa Rosa, California. So I apologize, that should be in there too. Then challenges, again, we didn't see a real strong community, coming forward and expressing need for a charter. There was no real evidence that families have an interest. That I know is coming in the future. And then they're working on facilities. So they don't currently have a facility. Their score for the Cedar Rapids application was 63.52 with a range of 63 to 67. Then we've got the charts, table 2, we've got the interview that we did with the applicant, a summary of which is available if you need it. We've got the public forum. Unfortunately, there were no public members at the public forum. It took place November 30th in Cedar Rapids. And then we did ask applicants to let us know how they advertised it, and that information's in table 4. A recommendation, Quest Forward Cedar Rapids received an average score of 63.52 across the required components in Iowa Code 256E. The applicant responded affirmatively to all of the assurances and conditions in the charter school application. The applicant did not request any waivers. The submitted calendar indicates a start date prior to August 23rd. Legal counsel advises that the applicant is exempt from Iowa Code 279.10 subsection 1. It is recommended that the state board approve the charter with or without conditions. We would not currently recommend any conditions. So that still is your option, but we don't recommend any. Folks to know? Thank you. We're able to get what we needed. All right.
Frankie, you want to come on up here?
Yeah.
By the way, what do I move? This one?
Well, good afternoon. It is truly a pleasure to be here. I'm actually from Miami, Florida, so this weather is very nice to look at, but it is intimidating, I will say that. So thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to share our passion for education and innovation. We believe that we have the tools and the academic skills in order to help the students thrive in their community. We believe in showing kids that we want you to succeed not only in school, but in your life. And we are founded by Mr. Joe Ricketts. Joe Ricketts is the former CEO and founder of TD Ameritrade. He is the pioneer behind what is Opportunity Education. So I am Catherine Q. Fuente. I'm the Senior Director of Network Growth at Opportunity Education, and I wholeheartedly champion the organization's mission. During our presentation, we're going to highlight the transformative impact that Quest Forward has on students. And with me to share our vision for Quest Forward Charter Schools is Jeff Scarborough and Mike Brown. So Opportunity Education was founded in 2005 by Joe Ricketts. We are a charitable foundation headquartered in Omaha, Nebraska. with US and international teams. Mr. Ricketts has invested $100 million so far in education innovation, product development, and school support worldwide, reaching 1,500 students and 1 million students worldwide. We focus to advance the adoption of active, student-driven, and skill-focused learning in secondary schools worldwide. Our dedication lies in empowering students by providing them with the necessary tools for self-management, nurturing collaborative community partnerships, and guiding them on a journey towards successful learning. Through mentorship and unwavering support from the local community, we envision students blossoming into the very best versions of themselves, actively contributing to the improvement of their community here in Iowa. So as mentioned before, we have 2 schools. We have one in Omaha, Nebraska, and we have another in Santa Rosa, California. Our Quest Forward high schools are accredited and use the Opportunity Education Method resources and tools. We've been in operation since the fall of 2017 with the first graduating class of the spring of 2021. The Quest Forward high schools have helped over 100 students achieve their college and career objectives. So what is next? We are growing our network. We want to expand. We know that it works in Nebraska. We see it working in Santa Rosa, and we want to reach out that opportunity everywhere where we possibly can. We feel that we have the resources and we have the experience to do it. And part of Mr. Ricketts' foundation and vision is to give those tools to as many children around the US. So we're growing. We have 3 approved charters in the state of Florida, Pasco, Lake, and Osceola County. We also have Daytona State College interested in having us open a high school campus within the Daytona State College in order to be a feeder for them as well. And with your support, we will be here in the state of Iowa helping students. About Quest Forward Cedar Rapids. We're planning on opening in the fall of 25, grades 6 through 12. We are planning on opening in 25 because we feel that we need this year in order to engage with the community. We were here last month and we met with your local council member. We also met with the mayor of Cedar Rapids, a dynamic group of women that we were able to talk about. And we spoke about the industries. We talked about the industries in Cedar Rapids. We talked about the Heinz Manufacturing Company and the Quaker Oats, and we even drove right by it. And we see the potential in having students engage not only in the classroom, but having them work in a workforce and giving them that type of experience, having partnerships with major industries and engaging the students into the community. So we're looking at focusing their career paths with community partnerships in Cedar Rapids in advanced manufacturing, renewable energy, agriculture, food processing, and digital creativity. Now, we are going to be, our managing partner is Academica, and they are the #1 charter operator managers for over 250 schools. So the reasoning behind our partnership is because we do best is to teach our students, and we want to focus all of our attention on the students. So we partnered up with Academica so that they can do the day-to-day operations and we could focus on what we do best.
Great. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the ways that the distinctive goals that Kat was talking about, resources, expertise, and experience of opportunity education figure into and are reflected in the school model. So as Kat mentioned, our schools are really driven by a pervasive focus on student engagement as a key driver of academic growth. We've been particularly mindful throughout our work in research findings that suggest a decline in engagement across middle school and high school, sort of just as the academic stakes are becoming greatest, as well as findings that link engagement to academic achievement, right? So engagement as a driver of academic achievement. So in our schools, we support engagement and achievement through active learning and career and interest development. And so I want to sort of talk a little bit about how those show up. First, these goals are part of our culture and shape broad decisions and attitudes at the school. So for instance, while we certainly have a testing program that conforms to state standards, state requirements, and also gives teachers and administrators the kind of baseline information that they need to track growth, we really try to minimize high stakes testing in the regular course of the year, especially in individual courses. And the focus is really instead attending to formative feedback that's frequent and provides a better way to involve students and engage them in their own learning, as opposed to a focus on tests and grades. We also believe in getting students out into the world as a place of active and engaged learning. So this engages us in a variety of programs and opportunities in the school that I'll touch on at the end here. So that's a real focus of the academic program. In the classroom with the curriculum, we are focused on active learning as the key to engagement. So for us, this means designing curriculum around projects, drawing on strategies and project-based learning, providing collaborative opportunities for students to work together to make and do things as they're learning. We also believe in building in a lot of choices for students. So in those projects, making room for students to connect their interests to the things that they're learning. We emphasize assessing relevant skills that the students really grasp and engage with over the course of their time at the school, and so can receive input and really learn how to drive their improvement in those skills. And then we focus on giving actionable feedback that really identifies those concrete skills and gives them student suggestions for growth. This is an aspect of our program that's really supported by Opportunity Education Technology. So there's broad learning management apparatus that really streamlines the feedback process for teachers and allows us to make that a sort of prominent part of student learning. But it's not just the curriculum where these priorities of active learning are emphasized. We make room for active learning even in the structure of the school day. So we have proposed a sort of rotating block schedule, purpose being to allow students to dig into their projects, and also makes room for the sort of venturing into the community, internships, service learning, and other aspects of student learning beyond the core curriculum. Some of the, so we have a lot of different aspects and programs at the school that enable, or in our school model, that enable students to focus on some of our objectives of career development and interest development. We have some curricular elements. So here, a digital creativity program that sort of spans the high school We emphasize dual enrollment, so enabling students to connect with local colleges, online courses. The Ricketts Great Book College is a program that's just launching, and our students would have access to that. And also career and technical education. And then we also have a city as campus emphasis, which is one of the ways that we take advantage of the resources in the local community, helping students learn how to learn from, engage in the civic institutions and business institutions. And that's more of an ethos that we try to pursue throughout our courses. And then we have some sort of future-focused aspects to the program. Our students have access to the College Admissions Advantage program, a sort of 4-year emphasis and set of scaffolded programs, helping students identify the right fit for their college goals. We are proud of our Pathways program, which is also a 4-year emphasis